Bueno. El doctor Nicolás Arias se encuentra en la sala. Dr. Nicolás Arias is in the room. Good morning. The speaker is arriving a little late. Please, we will wait a few minutes. Thank you. Good morning. We are beginning this session. Let me please introduce Dr. Nicolás Arias. He is the speaker. He has a consultancy enterprise on dairy production. He has a great experience. He is a veterinarian from the National University Autonomous of Mexico. He also has postgraduate studies in South Dakota State University, focused on nutrition, animal nutrition, and he also has postgraduate studies in business, in strategic planning. Please, doctor, welcome.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenos días. Una disculpa, estábamos en otra sala y es la razón por la que estamos unos minutos retrasados. Vamos a tratar de ahorrar tiempo, ¿sí? Bueno, antes que nada quiero agradecer por haberme invitado y es muy retador tener una charla. No está conectando, no está pasando. No, me quiero dar en español para que la traducción funcione. Sí. No me está. Ok. ¿Sí? Muchísimas gracias. Entonces, desde el punto de vista práctico, quiero compartir mis ideas sobre una comprensión sobre el diarrea viral bovina con la finalidad de reducir la circulación y poder mitigar los efectos nocivos de esta enfermedad. ¿Sí? Ya está. Quiero iniciar siempre con una pequeña reflexión que dice, válgame Dios, para atrás. Sí, el raciocinio de una sola persona es más poderoso que la autoridad de miles. Con esto no quiero decir que tengo yo una autoridad ni pienso dar verdades absolutas. Quiero dejar en ustedes el mensaje de diferentes puntos de vista para que formulen su mejor raciocinio y tengan una clara idea propia del control de esta enfermedad. Para tal cosa, quisiera que viéramos, punto número 1, ¿qué sabemos del virus? Hasta ahorita, con mis cortos conocimientos, voy a decir, esto es lo que sabemos de la biología del virus, aspectos epidemiológicos, ¿sí? Criterios de vacunación y herramientas diagnósticas. Primero tenemos que entender que el virus de diarrea viral bovina es un virus RNA perteneciente a la familia Flaviviridae pestivirus. Y esto le confiere características muy propias que hacen de este virus altamente mutágeno y por lo tanto ha sido muy difícil controlarlo. Ayer escuchábamos en una conferencia al doctor Chris Chase diciendo que los problemas de diarrea viral bovina van en aumento. Esto quiere decir que lo que hemos hecho no ha sido tan exitoso como lo hubiéramos esperado con nada más herramientas como las que hemos llevado. Esto nos obliga a pensar en completar el pensamiento y tener un mejor entendimiento de todo el contexto para poder tomar decisiones más asertivas. Dentro de lo que sabemos de este virus, ¿sí? Y sus genes, sabemos que tiene una parte no traducida, ¿sí? Una parte no traducida, una parte que genera proteínas estructurales y otra la maquinaria genética del virus en sus proteínas no estructurales, y que estas van a tener efecto sobre la respuesta inmune. Si nosotros tenemos claro que la estructura viral, en este ejemplo que voy a poner, en sus partes, nos va a permitir entender dónde el virus empieza a generar cambios que van a llevar a la producción de animales persistentemente infectados, a cambios antigénicos y a cambios de biotipo, lo cual hace que este virus sea muy difícil de controlar. Tenemos con esta enfermedad 80 años y seguimos teniendo problemas y los problemas van creciendo, ¿sí? Este virus, en las proteínas estructurales está la estructural 1 y E2, y esto es importante saberlo y entenderlo porque estas son las proteínas que confunde el feto con proteínas maternas para generar los fenómenos de inmunotolerancia. Y las partes de las no estructurales 3 van a ser donde se generan los cambios de citopático a no citopático. ¿Sí? La transcripción de este virus se va a dar linealmente y va a cometer un error cada 10,000 bases, haciendo que este virus vaya cambiando, haciéndose más corto, más largo, y en ocasiones esto hace que sea totalmente inadvertido para el sistema inmunológico. Es por eso que a la hora que nosotros estamos queriendo tomar decisiones y no tenemos claro los conceptos de la biología molecular del virus, no logramos entender muchas veces por qué no podemos controlar tan fácilmente como siempre que con la intención de vacunación nada más a este virus. ¿Sí? La inserción puede ser parcial, puede ser múltiple, pueden ser virus más chicos, pueden ser virus más grandes, pero estas son las razones suficientes para que el sistema inmune no lo reconozca. Hoy en día han salido una cantidad de vacunas que han trabajado, pero volvemos al punto, ¿por qué los problemas de diarrea viral bovina siguen creciendo? Quiere decir que algo de lo que estamos haciendo nos ha faltado entender o nos está faltando otra herramienta para poder lograr ese control tan deseado. Si tenemos claro que existen biotipos de diarrea viral bovina, citopático y no citopático, y que el no citopático bajo cultivos celulares no causa daño y el citopático sí causa daño, tiene un interés importante dentro de la respuesta inmune. Para empezar, el 80-90% de las infecciones son por virus no citopáticos y es la manera por la cual el virus va a tratar de persistir en un hato porque engaña muy bien al sistema inmune logrando la confusión del mismo. Y también tenemos genotipos de diarrea viral bovina conocidos como tipo 1, tipo 2 y probablemente están saliendo tipo 3 y jirafa y diferentes genotipos. Y como es un genoma continuo, en su momento, hace 20 y tantos años, hablábamos de la protección cruzada de vacunas de tipo 1 a tipo 2, hasta que empezamos a entender mejor estas diferencias y empezamos a ver que se requería que las vacunas tuvieran tipo 1 y tipo 2 de diarrea viral bovina para poder tener una protección más completa. Aquí es la parte yo creo que más importante desde mi punto de vista de dónde ataca el virus de diarrea viral bovina. La célula blanco es el macrófago. Y al ser el macrófago, la célula blanco va a inhibir gran parte de la respuesta inmune. ¿Por qué? Porque si nosotros hacemos el seguimiento de esta imagen del libro de Cube y vemos que el macrófago es una célula profesional presentadora de antígeno capaz de agarrar antígenos libres, procesarlos y se lo tiene que presentar a la célula T cooperadora. Y esa célula T cooperadora, de acuerdo a las citoquinas que libere, va a tener la estimulación para contactar con una célula B o linfocito B que con esta estimulación va a poder emerger inmunoglobulinas pegadas a la membrana, ¿sí? O transformarse en una célula plasmática capaz de producir anticuerpos y poder montar una respuesta humoral sólida. A su vez, esta célula T cooperadora también va a tener contacto con alguna célula ya infectada que va a emerger de esa célula infectada, su molécula de histocompatibilidad tipo 1, ¿sí? Para que sea reconocida por una célula T citotóxica y pueda ser eliminada. Pero si vemos todo esto, no tendría razón de ser si el macrófago está infectado. Y el macrófago infectado va a tener diferentes cambios en marcadores y acciones que va a complicar la respuesta inmune, ¿sí? Las cepas no citopáticas pasan inadvertidas, ¿sí? Porque generan apoptosis y no necrosis y por lo tanto no hay inflamación. Y si no hay inflamación, no hay un desencadenamiento de la respuesta inmune. Esta circunstancia hace y permite la persistencia del virus junto con su mecanismo de transmisión, ¿sí? Y vemos que la variedad de cepas que existen de diarrea viral bovina tienen diferentes efectos sobre estos marcadores y su actividad microbicida del macrófago, teniendo cepas como esta 1373 tipo 2, no citopático, 890, que tienen grandes efectos negativos en la capacidad bactericida del macrófago. Si vemos a 48 horas están por debajo del 50% de su actividad microbicida. Entonces pensemos que los animales que están sufriendo una infección por este tipo de virus, el sistema inmune está descompuesto y por ende aparecen una serie de enfermedades ajenas a diarrea viral bovina que puedan estar dañando el desempeño del hato. Esta es una fotografía de macrófagos infectados con diarrea viral bovina a los cuales se les suplementó levaduras teñidas. Es la misma magnificación entre las dos imágenes y aquí podemos ver la cantidad de levaduras ingeridas comparadas con estas. Entonces, ahí vimos claramente el efecto negativo de la infección del virus de diarrea viral bovina y sus efectos en su capacidad microbicida. Tratando de entender un poquito de los aspectos epidemiológicos de esta enfermedad, cuando un hato se ve infectado por diarrea viral bovina, entre el 60 y el 80% de los individuos se han visto comprometidos y se han visto involucrados con este virus, y es por eso que la circulación es muy activa y a su vez los efectos van a ser dependiendo de las edades y estados reproductivos con los cuales esté el animal para que sea la manifestación clínica de la enfermedad. Hoy sabemos, y una charla que tuve es con la gente de Europa, es que en 90% de ellos han aislado tipo 1 y 10% tipo 2. En América es normalmente el 50% de uno y de otro. Entonces, eso también hace entender por qué algunos trabajan de una forma en Europa y en América estamos intentando trabajar con otra forma, ¿sí? De acuerdo a esto. Como yo les decía, el 80%, 60% de los individuos en un brote de diarrea viral bovina se ven involucrados. ¿De qué forma? De que tenemos el 10% de animales que son virémicos no persistentemente infectados o infectados transitorios. Tenemos un 50-60% de individuos que son infectados no virémicos, que ya lidiaron con la enfermedad, pueden tener anticuerpos o no. Hay un grupo de animales que nunca tuvo contacto, porque tampoco es total, que puede ser en el orden de un 20%, y tenemos del 1 al 3% de animales persistentemente infectados, haciendo que un 80% en su máximo hayan estado involucrados con esta enfermedad. Entonces, el foco de esto, hay gente que sí tenemos que tener cuidado con estos porque este 1 al 3% perpetúa la enfermedad. Pero este porcentaje de acá son los que tienen efectos negativos devastadores en aspectos reproductivos con los animales, ¿sí? Claro que este 1 al 3% son los que van a garantizar que el establo, la finca, esté infectado con este virus de diarrea viral bovina. ¿Cómo se produce el animal persistentemente infectado? El animal persistentemente infectado es que el virus de diarrea viral bovina, por cepas no citopáticas, afecta a una vaca gestante que está entre 40 y 120 días de gestación. Eso hace que el feto no pueda diferenciar las proteínas estructurales de envoltura, que son los determinantes antigénicos del virus de diarrea viral bovina, ¿sí? Y lo confunda y aprenda a convivir con él, de tal forma que tanto la madre como el feto son infectados y la madre puede padecer una enfermedad clínica o subclínica y salir adelante, pero el feto va a ser persistentemente infectado. El gran problema de tener una vaca de estas es que muchas veces muestreamos la vaca, sale negativa porque fue transitoria, pero el feto está infectado y no hay forma de muestrear al feto. y entonces esto va a garantizar el estadio de la enfermedad en la finca. ¿Qué es lo que puede pasar? Puede entrar un animal persistentemente infectado o un infectado transitorio a dos escenarios donde los cuales esté un rebaño libre y sin vacuna de diarrea viral bovina, o puede entrar a un hato que ha sido vacunado con diarrea viral bovina, ¿sí? Y esto, la diferencia va a ser que pueden presentarse problemas en los dos, claro que con menos probabilidad de daño, porque también debemos entender que no existe el 100% de cobertura, ¿sí?, de alguna vacuna, ¿sí?, y estos van a ser altamente susceptibles. Y puede haber un animal dentro de los que estén aquí gestantes con baja titulación de anticuerpos y pueda ser infectado y puedas manifestar las enfermedades o producir animales persistentemente infectados. ¿Qué es lo que pasa cuando entra este animal persistentemente infectado o transitorio a esta finca? Que dentro de todo este contacto de animales con diferentes estados reproductivos y productivos y en niveles de anticuerpos, puede entrar y contactar y tener problemas de vacas transitorias infectadas, no gestantes, o gestantes en diferentes estadios de gestación, afectando también la respuesta productiva, y va a tener contacto probablemente con una que esté en condiciones de ser infectada para producir animales persistentemente infectados y vuelva a tener un animal persistentemente infectado. Ahora, una vez que nace un animal persistentemente infectado, el punto está en que va a tener el establo, la finca, manifestaciones clínicas de acuerdo al estatus inmunitario, al estado reproductivo que tengan esos animales. Pensemos que en el área de jaulas de lactancia llega y nació un ternero persistentemente infectado, y también tenemos que quitarnos de la mente que todos los terneros persistentemente infectados son animales de pobre desempeño. Sí se presenta mucho, pero también se presentan muchos animales aparentemente sanos que son persistentemente infectados, y si está en contacto con un becerro, ¿sí?, que en etapa de lactancia con calostro, va a ser un infectado transitorio sin manifestar la enfermedad, ¿sí? Puede ser un becerro infectado transitorio con una enfermedad moderada, pero estos animales van a estar desechando virus por 10 a 15 días, teniendo la capacidad de infectar a otra población. Y entonces es el efecto dominó. Empieza a pegarle a uno, a otro y a otro y a otro, y empieza a crecer la circulación viral hasta que pueda llegarme a un becerro infectado con una pobre consumo de calostro y me dé una enfermedad severa, y me preocupa mucho, ¿no? A esto normalmente llega a preocuparme porque es el clínico, es el que vemos, el que se le puso malo y que se puede llegar hasta morir, ¿sí? Pero no pensamos que estos están haciendo todo esto, porque una cosa es que vengan bien protegidos, sí, pero no quiere decir que prevé la infección. Los anticuerpos no prevén la infección, prevén la enfermedad, y eso es importante. Entonces van a estar desechando virus por 10 a 15 días, pero si este becerro persistentemente infectado nunca tuvo una manifestación clínica, va a pasar inadvertido y todos los días de su vida va a estar eliminando virus, haciendo de esto un continuo contagiadero, lo cual persiste la enfermedad. Ahora, si esa becerra, vamos a pensar que es una hembra, pasó inadvertida, la vimos siempre sana, la gestamos, se gesta, ¿sí? Ella es persistentemente infectada, no la tengo identificada y la pongo en contacto con hembras en diferente estadio de gestación, va a ser que tenga contacto con gestantes que estén en el primer tercio, pudiendo infectarlas, ¿sí?, y garantizando la persistencia de esto. Vacas que estén en el segundo tercio de gestación, que van a manifestarse como un aborto, O vacas en el último tercio de gestación que pueden tener algunos defectos congénitos y nacer becerros con anticuerpos precalostrales, lo único que me va a estar indicando que este becerro fue infectado transitorio dentro del útero de su madre y que va a estar saliendo. Y todo esto va tomando importancia a la hora que nosotros queremos controlar y tratar de quitar ese 1 al 3% de animales persistentemente infectados. ¿Sí? Como yo les decía, la manifestación de la infección va a depender del estado de gestación y de la virulencia del virus. Y entonces, estos animales que nacen con anticuerpos precalostrales es un foco de interés para empezar a establecer el control de medición de la circulación viral, cuando menos en el último tercio de gestación de los animales que tenemos. El número de abortos es complejo tratar de medirlo porque si no hacemos histopatología o aislamiento de esos fetos abortados, complica porque la vaca, su órgano de choque es el aparato reproductivo. O sea, las pérdidas gestacionales son muy altas por muchos motivos, ¿sí? Y podemos tener una vaca infectada transitoria produciendo un feto persistentemente infectado. Entonces, la diversidad y cantidad de contagio que puede tener un hato con esto hace muy complejo el control de la enfermedad junto con su variabilidad genética. Y entonces ese es el gran reto al cual podemos tener. El costo más elevado de esto son los aspectos reproductivos. Hoy en día se asocia que el 35% de las pérdidas gestacionales es atribuible al virus de diarrea viral bovina. No quiere decir que el 35% de nuestros abortos sea eso, pero es un factor muy importante para irlo tomando en cuenta. Yo aquí hice números de un establo que atiendo, donde tengo los ciclos de cada 21 días, las vacas elegibles, ¿sí?, las vacas detectadas en celo, el porcentaje de detección de celos, las elegibles a preñarse y las vacas que preñamos. Esto es la famosa tasa de preñez, ¿no? 36, 28 y lo que quieran sacar aquí de eso. Pero quiere decir que a lo largo de estos números de ciclos logramos tener 759 vacas preñadas. Lo interesante fue cuando vi los números de abortos que tuvimos y dije, bueno, ¿qué pasa si yo reduzco a un 20% esa tasa de abortos? Mejoro en un 17% el número de vacas preñadas y a la vuelta de este intervalo de partos de todas estas vacas tendría 100 vacas preñadas más. El costo-beneficio de tratar de erradicar ese 3% son 100 vacas preñadas más. El beneficio económico de esto es muy alto. Y es ahí donde vale la pena tomar la segunda parte de las herramientas para tratar de reducir todo esto. ¿Qué es lo que yo he visto a lo largo del tiempo? Pensamos así, vacunación, la gran cosa, sí, es la herramienta sólida, más fuerte, sí. Diagnóstico, le quitamos peso. Eliminación de animales persistentemente infectados prácticamente no existe. ¿Sí? Y entendamos claro que una cosa es vacunar y otra cosa es proteger. La vacunación es un hecho, la protección es una expectativa y como tal tenemos que entender que tiene fallas y por lo tanto tenemos que hacer uso de herramientas para que logremos tener el mismo peso de diagnóstico junto con la vacunación para poder lograr esa eliminación de animales persistentemente infectados. Me llamó la atención que encontré un estudio por el Departamento de Agricultura de Estados Unidos, hecho en el 2017 y publicado hasta el 2023, en el cual se hizo una encuesta de establecimientos de vaca becerro que vieron los productores qué tan familiarizados estaban con la diarrea viral bovina. Y lo que pude ver aquí es que el 85% tiene desde un conocimiento ligero hasta un conocimiento profundo de la enfermedad. Pero lo que me dio la sorpresa es que en el mejor de los casos el 66%, 67% solamente vacunaba. Entonces, ¿cómo podemos establecer una medida de control si prácticamente el 50-60% de los animales están siendo vacunados? No hay forma de poder reducir la circulación viral y nomás estamos hablando de pura vacunación, si solamente estamos vacunando el 60%. Va a haber explotaciones que lo hacen en el 100%, pero también hay explotaciones que no lo hacen. Y entonces eso hace una de las limitantes de todo esto. El artículo sigue mencionando qué tipo de vacunas usan. ¿Sí? Inactivadas, vivas modificadas, ambas, tipo 1 y 2, tipo 1 solamente o tipo 2 solamente, ¿sí? Y entonces empieza a ser una maraña de toma de decisiones a la hora de decir cuál es la herramienta con la cual voy a trabajar para poder corregir y limitar los problemas de esta enfermedad que tanto costo reproductivo tienen, ¿sí? Podríamos enfrascarnos largo y tendido que si las vacunas vivas modificadas son mejores. Ayer escuchaba yo al doctor Chase y hablaba claramente sobre las vacunas vivas modificadas funcionan excelentemente en animales que nunca han sido vacunados, ¿sí? Las de segunda generación, y las vacunas inactivadas son muy seguras. Hay gente que dice esto es más caro, y una vez yo le decía, ¿cuánto te cuesta el calendario de vacunación? Voy a poner en dólares, $20, $30, y $30 divídelo entre 365 días y quiero ver qué le compras diario con esa cantidad de dinero a tu animal que le sirva tanto como la vacunación. Para mí no es una situación de preocupación los costos, y debemos de entender que existen ventajas y desventajas de usar cualquiera de estas dos herramientas, ¿sí? Lo que me ha tocado ver y he visto es que normalmente la recomendación del uso de vacunas vivas modificadas son becerras de 15 a 21 días de edad. En otros me encontré que desde el día 1 de edad están vacunando, ¿sí? Becerras a 12 meses de edad y vacas frescas. Uno de los problemas que ayer mencionaba el doctor Chase en su charla es que al ser una masa antigénica tan chiquita, ¿sí? En animales bien inmunizados puede haber una interferencia por anticuerpos circulantes, limitando la respuesta a este biológico. Junto con esto, una de mis preocupaciones también con las cuales he trabajado mucho es que debemos de entender que entre la producción de leche y el consumo de materia seca de una vaca, su pico de producción y su pico de consumo de materia seca están desfasados. Nos guste o no nos guste, así funcionan, ¿sí? Y por eso tenemos una curva de producción en azul, un consumo de materia seca, y lo que pasa entre este consumo de materia seca y este pico de producción pone a la vaca en un balance energético negativo, ¿sí? Incrementando la prevalencia de cetosis. Y la cetosis interfiere con la respuesta inmune, porque los cuerpos cetónicos toman el lugar de donde se fija el interferón gamma, inhibiendo la replicación y la estimulación de células T cooperadoras, ¿sí? Junto con esto, la vaca donó gran cantidad de anticuerpos y células del sistema inmune para la formación de calostro, llevándole 100 días para retomar la misma población de células, ¿sí? Lo que pasen con vacunas inactivadas, vacas secas o preparto o en sábana a todas las vacas, becerras 3 y 4 meses de edad con un refuerzo entre 21 y 30 días después de esta primo vacunación, y becerras de 12 meses de edad. Sabemos también que estas vacunas, al ser inactivadas, no llegan a tener una respuesta luego tan fuerte como la primovacunación de una vacuna viva modificada. Y va también a depender de la calidad del adyuvante que tenga, ¿sí? Incluso a vacunas que están en hidróxido de aluminio pueden ser interferidas, inactivadas, pueden ser interferidas por anticuerpos circulantes, ¿sí? Entonces, el tipo de adyuvante también en el que viene la vacuna hace que tengamos ese diferencial. Y la razón por la que a mí me gusta la idea de vacunar vacas secas, ¿sí?, es que si esta es la línea de parto, mi titulación de anticuerpos sube y baja, y haciéndole caso a la etiqueta del productor de biológicos, donde me dice que vacúnese anualmente y yo tengo un intervalo de parto de 13 meses, espero una caída de esa protección, de esa inmunidad así. Cuando lo hago en el periodo seco, ¿sí?, puedo tener un efecto muy favorable para que en el momento de parto la titulación esté muy alta, ¿sí?, porque ahí se da la calostrogénesis y puedo enriquecer el calostro que será consumido por mi becerra. Y es tan importante el consumo del calostro porque los anticuerpos sabemos que no pasan la barrera transplacentaria por el sistema de placentación que tienen los bovinos, haciendo que los anticuerpos no puedan pasar, entonces la toma de calostro se vuelve muy importante. Dentro de estos efectos reproductivos, y uno de los grandes trabajos que han estado haciendo es la protección fetal. La protección fetal viene desde 1975 y viene con una vacuna inactivada con un tipo 1 intranasal y tuvieron el 86%, y vemos todos los autores, tipos de vacunas, tipo de con la que se retaron a ese trabajo y los porcentajes de esto, ¿sí? Y si vemos aquí, hay un autor que produce con una vacuna viva modificada y logra un porcentaje elevado de protección fetal. Un par de años después lo hace con otro tipo de vacuna, con otro tipo de virus, y tiene por mitad. Y esto me llama la atención y me dice, ¿es la vacuna lo que hace hacer esto o es la similitud entre el virus con el que reté, con el virus con el que vacuné, para que este animal sea protegido y tenga la protección fetal? Ahí se los dejo para que lo piensen, ¿sí? Vuelvo a pensar siempre que la inmunidad no viene en un frasco, la inmunidad está dentro de los animales y nosotros tenemos que ejercitar esa inmunidad de la manera más inteligente y apoyándolas para que tengan una mejor respuesta productiva. Estaba viendo que también hay nuevas alternativas de vacunas subunitarias, recombinantes, ¿sí?, famosas divas, que permite diferenciar entre animales vacunados e infectados. Y aquí no estoy hablando de que exista y sea una mejor protección. Creo que el valor de esto es que permite diferenciar entre animales vacunados e infectados. Hoy en día nosotros aquí en México hemos estado trabajando para la erradicación de brucela, el control y erradicación de brucela, y lo hemos logrado con la cepa RB51. Y había una gran discusión de que si era mejor la cepa 19 que la RB51. Las dos protegían de igual manera. La única diferencia es que una interfiere con el diagnóstico y la otra no. Y eso hace que tomemos decisiones más inteligentes. Sí y solo si en nuestro plan está la erradicación del problema en la finca. Si nosotros vemos que queremos hacer un diagnóstico para entrar en un control y erradicación de la diarrea viral bovina, una sugerencia que yo doy es muestras de tanque de leche de anticuerpos contra proteína 80, y hay que saber qué tipo de vacuna estamos usando, porque si estamos usando vacunas vivas, todas van a titular, todas van a marcarme como positivo por el uso de la vacuna viva. Con vacunas inactivadas necesitan estar muy vacunadas, muy revacunadas, con alto historial, y va a tener un cierto titulación, pero es menor, y hay que ver la línea de corte del kit diagnóstico con el cual estamos usando para poder tomar la decisión correcta, ¿sí? Hago muestra de tanque, el resultado puede ser positivo o negativo. Si es negativo, afortunados. Si es positivo, empiezo a hacer muestreos por corral. y el muestreo por corral puede salir positivo o negativo. Si sale negativo, se acabó, qué feliz, ese corral está negativo. Si ese corral está positivo, empiezo a hacer pools de 10 a 15 vacas y el pool que me salga positivo, le hago la prueba de antígeno viral a cada vaca. Y con eso voy a tomar una decisión mucho más certera, ¿sí? A esos animales que les hago la prueba de antígeno viral, volvemos, puede ser positivo o negativo. Si sale positivo, no quiere decir que es un persistentemente infectado, quiere decir que puede ser un animal transitorio infectado, y si lo remuestreo 15 a 21 días después y sale positivo, ese animal es persistentemente infectado y por lo tanto tiene que ser eliminado. También abre la oportunidad para que hagamos esas pruebas diagnósticas de manera conjunta en una línea de ataque en el hato productor como en los animales de reemplazo. En los animales de reemplazo, la prueba sería de anticuerpos totales. Si el animal es positivo a anticuerpos totales, me quiere decir que ese animal se infectó en el último tercio de la gestación. Si es negativo y no tiene anticuerpos, ¿sí?, puedo hacer el resultado y llevarlo también a la prueba de captura de antígeno para poder tener la certeza de que no es un persistentemente infectado, ¿sí? Y entonces volvemos al esquema que yo estaba planteando en las vacas productoras. La prueba de antígeno viral en aquellos animales que salieron positivos, ¿sí?, se remuestrea para poder determinar que pasó el estado de viremia normal, ¿sí?, y si es negativo, era un infectado transitorio. Si es positivo, el animal tiene que ser eliminado y vamos a buscar a la madre para ver si su madre es persistentemente infectada. Entonces, ¿la vacunación es una gran herramienta? Sí. ¿El uso de vacunas vivas funciona? Sí, en puntos estratégicos. ¿Vacunas inactivadas? Sí, también en puntos estratégicos. Y ahora la pregunta es si la finca está dispuesta a dar pasos para entrarle el control y erradicación de esto. El cambio a una vacuna que diferencie de anticuerpos vacunales de infectados va a ser la decisión para entrar en esa medida de control y erradicación, ¿sí? Dentro de las conclusiones que yo tengo de esto es que la enfermedad tiene 80 años y sigue dándonos problemas. Quiere decir que tenemos que replantear y repensar lo que estamos haciendo. Si fundamentan el control exclusivamente en la vacunación, no vamos a pasar de los resultados que estamos teniendo. Lo hemos hecho durante muchos años y el resultado ha sido limitado. Al escoger un programa de vacunación, verifique los factores de ventajas y desventajas de cada tipo de vacunas y momentos de vacunar para que su decisión sea más certera. Si bien el fin es eliminar animales persistentemente infectados, el diagnóstico juega un papel fundamental. Si bien vimos que hay vacunas que nos dan protección fetal y eso quiere decir que no va a haber infección persistente, los porcentajes no son del 100%. Y habría que retarlos con diferentes cepas para ver sobre cuáles trabaja. Ese es el gran reto que se tiene en la industria. Y creo yo y veo muy claramente que la ciencia sigue avanzando y habrá oportunidades para evaluarlas y dar pasos hacia adelante. Y termino con la frase con la que inicié. El raciocinio de una sola persona es más poderoso que la autoridad de miles. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arias. Very nice presentation, very interesting. We are going to give you a gift from the organization. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time because we are over the time. Thank you very much, but the speaker will be here. And maybe you can ask him later. Well, our next presentation, Mrs. Ana Luisa Belli is in the room. Mrs. Ana Luisa Belli. Thank you. Welcome here. Here is the chronometer. You prefer there or you prefer?
I prefer just, can I stay down here?
Para cambiar el... ¿Cuál es este? ¿Ves?
Well, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to stay down here, because I don't like stages. So good morning, everyone. I'm very honored to be here today talking to you about a subject that really pleases me and that really excites me. This is something that is growing very fast in Brazil, but the economical part of the subject is not being very well reported, if I may say so. If we take a look on the publications that we have on the internet and the major periodics that we have, there's few publications really talking about the income of the benefits of adopting technologies in general. We have all the information that we need regarding metabolics, regarding all the aspects it can improve on a farm, but there's few publications talking about actually the money that we bring to the farmer when it takes the adoption of the technology. So please bear with me in the next few slides. So the first point that I would like to highlight with you guys is kind of philosophical, but it's important. I'm sure the majority of us have read the report published by FAO in the previous years, in 2019 actually. They said that by 2050, we will be more than 9 billion persons, 9 billion people. So to feed all these guys that will come, we need to improve our productivity in about 34%. That means like 200 million animal protein kilos, more than we already do today. And when we see the report, we can see that they have a big look on Latin America. And I'm from Brazil, so we take that as a responsibility. We need to improve the efficiency of the farmers to increase this production to supply everyone that needs to be fed. So, but there's another issue. When the internet came, we got a lot of information, good information available, but we also have bad information available. So we need to be careful with what we are providing about technology, about what we do in the farm to the consumers. This is something that we cannot ignore. We cannot be outside of conversations. We cannot be ignoring this point. So the consumer is paying more attention on what he is consuming, and we need tools to prove to them that what we do in the farm is correct, that we are worrying about animal welfare as well. So the adoption of technologies also help us on that. But if we go to the scientific aspects properly, we can say that there is a symposium review published in 2020 by Stone, and over there he said something that is very interesting. He said that for a farmer to adopt technology, it doesn't matter which one, the technology must fulfill 5 points. So it needs to bring efficient to the farm, to the management overall. It needs to help the farm economics. It also needs to be helpful on decision making, animal welfare, and also the producer welfare, his peace of mind, his state of being as well. So, but like I told you, we have few publications that really talk about the money, the decision, the farm economics that technologies will bring to the farm. So this is the object of this abstract that I'm going to show you. We try to pick up a farm that is very representative from the Brazilian reality and try to see what income it will bring when the farmer adopted the technology. So we collected data from a farm that is located in Caetanópolis, which is in the very center of Minas Gerais, the major milk producer state in Brazil. This farm milks around 170 cows per year. It's a little bit more nowadays, but it's around that. And this is very representative of Brazil. We have farms of 20 milking cows up to 2,000 cows. So, but this is it's like the average. So they produce around 5,000 liters per day, which brings an average daily milking production about 30 liters per cow. And the cows that we use on the farm, that the farmer uses on the farm, is Girolando. I don't know if all of you know it, but Girolando is a crossbred animal between G and Holstein cows. So it's very common in Brazil. I think the majority of the herds still work with this kind of breed. And the technology used on this farm was SenseHub that is provided by MSD. So what did we take into account when we were trying to make the calculations? We focused on the data that the farmer actually had. When we try to make these calculations, this is something actually challenging because the majority of the farms have their reproductive data really well noted. But the health part, the cost of medications and everything, it's kind of lost after the farm already used it. So we focused on what we had that was reliable. So this is a tool, guys. This is not actually what I use it to do the calculation, but it is very similar. But I needed to show you because this is a tool that is available on the website of the University of Wisconsin, provided by Professor Cabrera. That is a very helpful tool when we need to make these calculations. If we are talking to a farmer and he's trying to decide whether or not to adopt a technology, we can just insert the data of the farm, the reality of the farmer, and we can say, oh, what can we improve? What is expected to be improved in the farm after the technology adoption? So this is a very helpful tool. I really encourage you guys to take a look on the website because it's not just for monitoring. Any kind of technology you want to adopt, this is very helpful. So we actually built a calculator in Brazil, but it's very similar to this one, and this one is available for free on the website. So to be a little bit more simple in the explanation, what we did was this. This was the major parameters that we evaluated. So insemination rate, conception rate, pregnancy rate, days open and time day eye protocols from prior adoption of technology and after the adoption. So we take data from 1 year before they started using the neck tags and 1 year after they concluded using the tags. So you can see there was improvement in every parameter. One thing I need to highlight, because you might be asking yourselves, is why the insemination rate didn't increase much more than it did over there. So we went from 51% to 54% in insemination rate. This is actually very correlated to the previous talk because the farm has a very high challenge on early pregnancy rates, early pregnancy losses. So they used to have an interesting conception rate. We actually improved that a lot just by training the guys to correctly use the alerts and to correct inseminate the cows on the correct time. And just that management improved a lot the conception rate. But the insemination rate is we are really struggling over there because of these early pregnancy losses. Right now, they are actually on 62% on insemination rate, but I could not just change the data. I needed to show you what was really true about the time we wrote the abstract. So just by improving 3% on the insemination rate and improving the conception rate on like 10 points %, the pregnancy rate jumped from 17 to 24%. This is very important to the farm. This is where the money comes, right? The pregnancy rate. So the days open, because we were helping the farm to identify animals in heat faster, jumped from 146 days to 131. So they were impregnating cows really faster, like 15 days, something like that. Yes, like 15 days faster than they would do, okay? And there was a significant decrease in using time day eye protocols. So it's like 50% less usage of hormones or management on this farm to do it. So, and this is very important. It's not something that sometimes when we start using the technology, people think that we will just stop using timed AI on the farm. This might be true for some realities, but not for all. So in the beginning, the majority of the farms keeps using both technologies aside. But as they gain more intimacy with the technology, they can start relying more on it, and this will decrease a lot the costs on the farm. So the farm has his numbers really well detailed, but this is something that is also available on the website of the Wisconsin University, as I told you. This is a table that shows us where is right now my pregnancy rate and where do I need to go. And if I do that, if I can go to that path, how much more money I can make per cow in a year. And this is considering how much milk the cow will produce during the lactation, the reduction of the interval between births. It might be one more calf during that year in the farm. So this is the kind of income that is taken under consideration. So for the reality of this farm that I'm presenting you, what happened? We went from a pregnancy rate, it was actually 17 point something, but I put it on 18, and we went to 24%. According to Professor Cabrera, it would mean $100 more per cow per year inside the farm. This is $100 more money inside the farmer's pocket. So if we take the reality of this farm, which is 170 cows, this is $17,000 more in a year in a farm, just by adopting that, just by changing the pregnancy rate from 18, 17 to 24. So this is one of the numbers I need you to pay attention because we're going to use it in the end. Another, so the same numbers over there, right, in the first table. The second important cost reduction, actually the first one was an income, but the second parameter important is the cost reduction related to less usage of hormones, less use of timed AI protocols. So I did a simple conversion between the Brazilian currency, which is real, to dollars, okay? So it would be easier for you guys. I know there's people from around the world, so to talk in dollars, it's a little bit easier. So the cost of the day open in this farm is around $7. This should be like 34 point something reais, okay? So we'd reduce it 15 days of days open in the farm, in average. So we're taking into consideration that they milk 170 cows. This means a cost reduction of $17,000 in 1 year as well. For timed AI protocols, I showed you that we reduced it in about 50% the usage of these protocols. So the cost of it in Brazil, it's also around $7, around 30. It depends on the protocol the farm is using, but it's an average value. And that represented $2,060 and $600 less of cost in the farm, okay? Regarding the mortality reduction, it was very interesting. The farm has a very good, actually the employees of the farm are very well trained. So the numbers of mortality rate in adult cows were not that bad. It was good. Actually, the average of losses per year was around 4%. They are very aggressive on replacing animals due to mastitis, reproductive problems, or something like that. So this is just taking under consideration animals that actually died on the farm, okay? It's not taking under consideration the discard of animals. So we went from 4% to 2% of mortality rate. This is a farm that sells a lot of genetics. So the market value of an average animal in Brazil that this farm sells would be around $3,000. That would be 15,000 reais. And when we take into consideration that 2% less deaths represents at least 3 animals in this farm, this is a reduction of costs or a reduction of patrimonial losses around $9,000, okay? So when we sum all this, the reduction of costs and all the income that came from the increase in the pregnancy rate, which actually over there it's not 46,000 reais, it's dollars, okay? We see that the system paid itself in less than 1 year. In this farm, actually, it occurred in like 7 months because the farm invested $28,000 by 2022 to get all the system functioning. They bought 110 tags, they had the hardware and everything, so it was all included in the package. And as I showed you, we did not improve the pregnancy, the insemination rate as we should because of the challenges that the farmer have. So it would be even faster if the reality was to be a little bit different, okay? And one thing I would like for you guys to take into consideration is that this is actually the owner of the farm, Mr. Jose, and Mr. Daniel is the son that is now taking care of the farm. They had a little bit of issue into the succession of the continuation of the activity on the farm. And when they started to use the technology, Daniel was actually really excited. He's not a vet, he's not farmer-based. He was not raised in the farm, so he lives in the city, but with the technology, he's now able to take care of the activity without actually having to be there. So this is something important nowadays. It's a challenge in Brazil, the succession part. So, well, yeah, this was it, and I'm available for questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. Thank you for sharing us your results. We have 3 minutes for maybe 1 or 2 questions. If somebody wants to formulate a question. I have, well, you told us about the investment. What about the return internal rate? What about the net value present in the investment? Because you gave us some economical data with the ROI, the ROI, the rental over income. Can you tell us if you calculated maybe the net present value or another economic indicator for evaluating the rentability of the investment?
If I got the question right, I think I did not calculate that specifically because, like I mentioned in the beginning, in the Brazilian farms, we have a very difficult time gathering the correct data about costs. We have a lot of information on nutrition and on reproduction, but all the other aspects on the farm, like the cost of raising a heifer and something like that, is not something that the farmers have that really clear inside the farm. We have an average information, average data from softwares that collect the management data, but the farmers really have a hard time taking that correctly. So it's a bit challenging to get that information correctly. I don't know if I answered you, but
I think it's okay. Thank you very much once again. Well, now we have our next presentation with Mr. Philippe Gisbert from France. Welcome, Mr. Gisbert. What do you prefer to use?
Thank you. So thank you for this introduction. I would also like to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to share with you the result of this study that we carried out in Vietnam last year. This study is about the economic benefit of an abrupt dry-off using cabergoline, so Velactis, in dairy cows, and this study was carried out in Vietnam, during 2023, as I mentioned before. So, as an introduction, a few words about the product itself, so cabergoline. So cabergoline is a dry-off facilitator. It acts on the pituitary gland by inhibiting the release of prolactin and therefore reducing the production of milk by the udder. The product is given intramuscularly, 5.6 milligrams of cabergoline in 5 milliliter of product. And this is to be given after the last milking of a cow within the 4 hours after this last milking. It has been shown before that the product allows a reduction in milk leakage by 81% and consequently a reduction on the risk of a new intramammary infection during the dry period by 21%. So all these data are coming from a study carried out by OP in 2019. It also accelerates the involution of a mammary gland, and it improves its human response, and these data are coming from 2 different studies carried out in France in 2016 and 2017 by Boutino. And finally, the product allows an increase in the welfare of a cow, and it has been shown by an improve of laying time following the dry off, so in the coming days after the last day of milking. So about the objective of this study, we had 2 objectives. So the first one was to assess the milk leakage, and the second one to evaluate the economic benefit of this study. So we performed this study with 2 groups. So one group was a group of cows with a gradual dry-off, which was the dry-off, the procedure of the farm in this Vietnamese farm. And the second group was dried abruptly, as it has to be done when we use the product, when we use Velactis. So we assess first the milk leakage at 24 and 48 hours after the last milking. Milk leakage was defined as at least 1 teat leaking milk. So it can be milk on the ground, but it can be also just a droplet of milk at the teat end of a teat, of course. And we assess the milk yield during the 7 last days. So I will explain to you why the 7 last days of lactation, and we convert this data into an economical value. So about the material method, so the farm was located in Vietnam, so in the center of Vietnam, so close to Pleiku, for those who know this country. In this farm, there were approximately 1,200 cows, and we performed the trial on 97 cows. We had 2 groups, so the control group included 56 cows, and the Velactis group included 41 cows. So the difference between the 2 groups is linked to the fact that we use the ear tag with a system of odd-even number, and unfortunately the number of animals was not the same between the 2 groups. So the abrupt dry-off was done with injection of cabergoline, just a single dose, as it is in the protocol of the product, just after the last milking. So the cows were milked for the last time, and they received the injection at the same time. About the gradual dry-off, so this was the usual procedure in this farm. So the cows switched to the ration of a dry cow 7 days before the last milking. And in both groups, so after the last milking, the animals received dry cow therapy, so an antibiotic therapy. And it is important also to note that teat sealant are not used in this farm, so no cows received teat sealant. We evaluated last milk leakage, after the last milking. So as I said before, 24 hours and 48 hours after the last milking. So it led to the quantification of the incidence of milk leakage. So meaning that a cow that leaks milk at least from 1 teat at each observation time. And we performed statistical analysis using the chi-square test. In the second step, we assess the economical value of the two procedures by having data from the milk yield during the 7 last days. And of course, we included as well in this evaluation the cost of the product. So now let's look at the results. About the milk leakage, so you have on the table at the top of the, at the top of the slide, the incidence of milk leakage, so at 24 hours, and here at 48 hours. And you can see that in the group with abrupt dry-off, no cow was leaking milk at 24 hours, and only one at 48 hours. In the control group, it was 4 at 24 and 48 hours. But these differences are not significant. So what is important to conclude from these tables is that there's no increase in the milk leakage incidence, even in the case of abrupt dry-off when the cows are dried with an injection of elactis. So we can conclude from this table that we don't have any incidence of milk leakage, even if cows are dried abruptly, and so the incidence of new intramammary infection is likely to be no higher in the treated group than in the control group. About the economical interest of the product, so this is a bit complicated. Sorry, this button. So this is the milk yield that we got from the farm software during the 7 last days. So thanks to the abrupt dry-off, the cows exprime their full potential until the last milking, and so the production, the average production for these cows in the treated group was 152 kilograms for the last 7 days, and in the group gradual dried, this production was lower, but this is the goal of gradual dry-off, and so the production globally for the 7 last days was just above 100 kilograms. At this time, the price milk in Vietnam for 100 kilograms was 1,500,000 Vietnamese dong. So I guess that you are not familiar with this currency. So I translated in US dollar and in euro. This is the currency exchange at the time of the study, so it can have slightly changed since. So the cost of the price of the milk is 64 US dollar or 59 euro for 100 kilograms. So if we convert this quantity of milk, or this one, in US dollar or in euro, we can see here that the income for the farm in the abrupt dry-off group is 97 US dollar or almost 90 euro, and in the gradual dry-off group it was 66 US dollar or almost 61 euro. In the abrupt dry-off group, of course, we have also to include the cost of the product, which is 22.6 US dollar or 20.8 euro. Of course, there are no additional cost in the gradual dry-off. We didn't evaluate the cost of the labor, so because we can consider that in the gradual dry-off group, we have an additional cost of labor because the cows have to be changed of location in the farm, so from the full lactation cows to the pre-dried cows, so they change pen. So this is, of course, a cost of labor. So we would have additional cost here for labor, and on the other hand, we would have a higher cost here regarding feed, because, of course, cows receiving full lactation feed cost a bit more than the ration for dried cows. But we can consider that altogether there was a kind of balance between the two costs. And so globally, the income for the farmer, the final income for the farmer was 69 euro in the abrupt dry-off group and 60.9 euro in the gradual dry-off group. So the difference is 8.1 euro or 8.7 US dollar in the abrupt group compared to the control group. So there's an extra benefit for the farm in using this protocol to drive a cow. So to summarize, we have a double interest of cabergoline. So the first one is the reduction of milk leakage, and it leads to a lower risk of intramammary infection. And the second one is a higher milk yield and at the end of the lactation. So in this case, during the 7 last days, but some farms in other countries or even in Vietnam can start the gradual dry-off 2 weeks before the last milking, and so in this case the difference is even higher. And we therefore increase the profit for the farm. In addition to this, but it's more difficult to assess, we have also a better welfare for the cow because we reduce the udder pressure, and so dry procedures are less painful for the cow, which receive this treatment at dry-off. So thank you for your attention, and I will be happy to answer your question if any.
Thank you very much. For your nice presentation. We have enough time for questions. If somebody wants to ask a question, please.
Let me ask you about the metabolism of the animals, because suddenly you are stopping to take the nutrients for the mammal gland. And what happened in general, because one day before, the cow was eating the same amount of forage and nutrients.
Okay. So there's no problem with that because, as you mentioned, so there's a very abrupt difference from one day to another. But on the other hand, the feed they intake is transformed into milk. So there's no problem in the metabolism regarding this because finally for the cow it's the same. So when you make an abrupt dry-off, the day of the dry-off, the cow doesn't know that this is the last day of lactation. Only the farmer knows that. And so it's less stressful for the cow to have an abrupt dry-off than a gradual dry-off. And for its metabolism, it's also the same. So we don't have any problem with this.
Thank you very much. Another question, please.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question. We all know that this product was used also in Europe for some time, but there was a problem according to some troubles with the cows after using it. But the question is, do you think that it will be available in the future also for the European countries, or how do you think this looks like?
Thank you very much for this question. Yes, you're right. So the product was available a few years ago in Europe, in 2016 to be precise. But the problem is that there's an interaction between cabergoline and the calcium metabolism. This is the first point. And the second point is that Jersey cows have a very specific metabolism of calcium, which make the use of a product not suitable to this breed of cows. And unfortunately, in Europe, we had to face with Jersey cows, especially in Denmark, and we had some adverse effect of the product, and this is the reason why the product was withdrawn from the European market. So for the second part of your question, we don't have any idea of it will be possible or not to reintroduce the product in Europe. So far, I can't answer more precisely your question.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Another question? We have enough time?
Thank you for the presentation. How many days you were considering the right period to these groups? And here in Mexico, we are using Buiatrics with very, very good results. But we were recommending to do a short period, dry period, and to 60 to 40 days, or 50 or 40 days in dry period. Do you recommend to do this?
Yes, exactly. So the product is used at just one shot. Maybe I was not so enough precise about this. It's just one shot given within the 4 hours after the last milking. So we don't have any incidents about the duration of the dry period. So we recommend to have a dry period at least 50 days, just for the evolution of the odor, so which is best practice, I would say, but there's no interaction between the product and the duration of the dry period. So you can continue, if you use the product, you can continue to drive the cow regarding the duration of the dry period as usual. The only thing to change is to switch from a gradual dry-off to an abrupt dry-off by maintaining the feeding at the maximum until the last milking.
Thank you very much. Another question? We have enough time. What about the acceptance of for the product from the dairy Vietnamese producers? Are they accepting the product? How is it working in the market? The Buiatrics.
Okay, so far, we launched the product in Vietnam just 18 months ago, or at the end of 2022. So far, not much farms use the product. The one where we carried out the study is very happy with the product because the results, the economic results are these. So they are happy and they increase their profit thanks to the product, and also they increase the welfare of the cow. So in some countries, and I was thinking that in Vietnam, it would not have been their priority to the welfare of the animals. But in fact, even if they didn't think about this before, they think that is a good thing to have cows with a better welfare. So globally, they are very happy with this product. Just one thing, and this is about the question about Europe. In this farm, there are 2 breeds, Pre-Holstein and Jersey, and I had to tell them, so please don't use the product in Jersey cows if you don't want to have any problem with this. But for Holstein cows, they are very happy with it.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, we have our next presentation. Carlos Galdino Martínez is here. Carlos Galdino Martínez from Mexico. Well, we can wait 1 minute because if you don't have any problem, we can wait for 1 minute. Yes. Well, from the front desk, they are telling me that the speaker didn't come to the Congress. I'm sorry. We are projecting a video if you want to see it. Thank you very much.
Determinación de la calidad del calostro. Calostrómetro y refractómetro BRICS. El objetivo de este video es mostrar el procedimiento detallado de la evaluación de la calidad del calostro a nivel de campo, mediante la determinación indirecta de inmunoglobulinas a partir de dos diferentes metodologías, calostrómetro y refractómetro BRICS. Las becerras representan el futuro productivo del hato lechero, por lo que es fundamental establecer un programa de reemplazo exitoso que parta del manejo integral del calostro dentro de la unidad de producción. Determinación de la calidad del calostro. Calostrometría. El calostrómetro es la herramienta más utilizada para determinar la calidad del calostro y poder disminuir el riesgo de una falla en la transferencia de inmunidad pasiva por uso de calostros de baja calidad. Este método mide la gravedad específica o densidad del calostro y ha sido ampliamente aplicado para estimar la concentración de IgG, ya que existe una relación significativa entre su gravedad específica y la concentración de inmunoglobulinas, proteínas y sólidos totales. El calostrómetro posee una escala calibrada de colores, verde, amarillo y rojo, que dependiendo de este, otorga una categoría y un rango de concentración en intervalos de 5 miligramos por mililitro de inmunoglobulinas. Consideraciones. En condiciones de campo, el uso del calostrómetro se encuentra sujeto a una variedad de factores ambientales y de temperatura. Para una mayor exactitud en la estimación de la concentración de inmunoglobulina G, se tiene que evaluar el calostro en una temperatura de 22 grados centígrados, ya que a temperaturas más bajas Se sobreestima la concentración de inmunoglobulina G por un incremento en la densidad, mientras que a temperaturas por arriba de los 22 grados centígrados subestima la concentración de inmunoglobulinas por una disminución en la densidad. Otro aspecto a considerar es la espuma del calostro, ya que ésta puede interferir con la lectura del calostrómetro. Material: guantes de látex o nitrilo, toallas de papel desechables, calostrómetro, probeta graduada de 250 mililitros previamente lavada y desinfectada. Procedimiento: se deposita la muestra de calostro recién ordeñado en una probeta de plástico limpia con una capacidad de 250 mililitros. Se deja reposar la muestra por unos 10 minutos para disminuir la posible presencia de burbujas de gas. De ser necesario, se remueve el exceso de espuma. De igual forma, se espera hasta que la muestra alcance una temperatura de 22 grados centígrados. Se coloca el calostrómetro dentro de la probeta para poder realizar la medición. Este debe de mantenerse estabilizado y flotando, por lo que se debe esperar aproximadamente 3 minutos para realizar la lectura. Para determinar el resultado, se lee la escala numérica de miligramos por mililitro, clasificando la calidad del calostro, dependiendo del resultado obtenido. Resultados e interpretación. El calostrómetro que flota en escala verde corresponde a un calostro de buena calidad, con una gravedad específica de 1.047 a 1.075 y una concentración de inmunoglobulinas entre 50 a 140 miligramos por mililitro, apto para su administración a becerros recién nacidos. La escala amarilla corresponde a calostros de calidad aceptable, con gravedad específica de 1.035 a 1.046 y una concentración de inmunoglobulinas de 22 a 50 miligramos por mililitro. Mientras que un calostrómetro flotando en la escala roja está relacionado con mala calidad, una gravedad específica menor a 1.035 y una concentración de inmunoglobulinas inferior a los 20 miligramos por mililitro, por lo cual no puede ser administrado como primera dosis de calostro al neonato. En términos generales, la determinación de la calidad del calostro por calostrometría resulta muy adecuada a nivel de campo, ya que toma solo unos minutos para obtener un resultado. Sin embargo, es preciso tomar en cuenta la temperatura de la muestra y el riesgo que se tiene de romper el calostrómetro durante su manejo. Determinación de la calidad del calostro. Refractómetro Brix. El refractómetro de grados Brix es un instrumento fácil de utilizar a nivel de campo, que determina aplicando una sola gota de calostro el índice de refracción de la luz conforme pasa por la muestra, cuantificando en términos de porcentaje la calidad del calostro. Mientras mayor sea la concentración de inmunoglobulina G en la muestra, mayor será la refracción en la trayectoria de la luz. El refractómetro Brix es un instrumento menos frágil que el calostrómetro. El método es muy rápido y con un mínimo de equipo y experiencia, y no se requiere de una temperatura específica del calostro para su evaluación. Material: guantes de látex o nitrilo, toallas de papel desechables, refractómetro Brix, agua destilada y pipeta plástica. Procedimiento: antes de evaluar la muestra de calostro, se debe calibrar el refractómetro. Para la calibración se coloca una gota de agua destilada en el prisma del refractómetro. En caso de ser necesario, se requerirá girar un tornillo hasta que el punto de cambio entre la zona clara y oscura se ubique en 0%. Ya calibrado el equipo, se coloca una gota de calostro en el prisma del refractómetro, se cierra la tapa y se realiza la lectura del resultado, dirigiendo el refractómetro hacia un punto iluminado. Resultados e interpretación. El calostro que obtenga una puntuación BRICS mayor o igual a 22% será apto para el consumo como primera fuente de calostro en los neonatos, mientras que un calostro con un porcentaje menor al 20% no debe ser administrado como primera toma. La prevención de la falla en la transferencia pasiva comienza con excelentes fuentes de calostro. Como primera regla, no se debe administrar calostro de vacas enfermas. La obtención de calostro se recomienda se realice considerando las buenas prácticas de ordeño. El recipiente utilizado para su colección debe estar perfectamente lavado y desinfectado. Posteriormente, proceder a su enfriamiento y al procedimiento utilizado en la unidad de producción para el manejo del calostro, el cual involucra el monitoreo de la calidad, tratamiento térmico y administración de este al neonato o método de almacenamiento para su uso posterior.
procedimiento para evaluar calostro. No, es un alumno, una persona de la el calostrómetro y usa el calostrómetro y el refractómetro, cómo calibrarlo y los grados Brix que esperábamos de ese calostro. Menos de 20 no dan a las menos de 20 grados Brix no dan al becerro. Más de 22 apto para el becerro en la primera toma. Sí.
Porque el otro, cuando hablan de 50, de 70,
Eso, ahí se mide la densidad en gramos, creo, en gramos por decilitro. Es la densidad del calostro. Y el refractómetro mide grados Brix.
y en el calostro se puede medir una u otra.
Una u otra. En el que tiene color amarillo, rojo y verde, ese dice que hay que tener mucho cuidado porque se rompe muy fácilmente. Hay que darle oportunidad unos 5 a 10 minutos a que esté ahí depositado dentro del recipiente. Sí, 22 grados sería la temperatura ideal también.
Está difícil.
Sí, está difícil. Bueno, ahí dio lo ideal.
No existe. Pero bueno, entonces se correlaciona esos 50 o 70 o 80 o 90 miligramos por decilitro corresponde a un determinado número de grados Brix.
Sí, tiene correlación. Pero dio uno y luego el otro. Ahí.
Pero uno.
Sí, sí. Sí, por ejemplo, en la densidad, en el densímetro, lo que se busca son que el calostro tenga arriba de 80 de densidad, 85, 90, 100. Menos, pues ya cae ahí en la línea roja, él solo le dice cuánto ya no. Y en el densímetro, menos de 20 grados Brix, no. Más de 22, sí. Eso es todo.
Y el otro, la medición del suero sanguíneo, también se mide dentro de los Brix. Y el calostro, una mujer sana, lo deja de ahí, hace tratamiento y luego lo se toma una muestra, se pone otra vez en el refractómetro y debe de salir arriba de 6. Son grados Brix también.
Sí, pero se deja 24 horas al becerro, ¿no? Que absorba el calostro.
Sí.
Luego se le toma una muestra de sangre, se espera una media hora a que se pare el plasma. Cuando se pare el plasma, con una gotita lo pone en el densímetro, le deberá dar, pues sí, o grados Brix, le deberá dar arriba del 6, 5 y medio ya considera bueno, 5 y medio.
Pero entonces se deja lo más que se separa, no se deja
Nada más,
vacía.
no, se deja que fluyan las inmunoglobulinas supuestas en la sangre del becerro. Por eso son los 24 horas, lo saca usted la sangre del becerro un día después de que le dio la toma.
Sí. Pero ya que formaste la
Nada más lo separa. Sí.
o sea, puedes hacerlo en la mañana,
Sí. En media hora, sí, en media hora está separado. Puede dejarlo que se pare solo ahí en un lugar sombreado o puede usar la centrífuga.
Sí. Hola.
¿Cómo estás?
Buen día.
Muy bien, ¿y usted?
Doctora,
¿Cómo
bien,
está?
gracias a usted.
Nomás por informarle que ya hablé con Víctor. No, Víctor. ¿Cómo se llama el de...?
Iván.
Iván, porque siempre le cambio el nombre. Entonces, me dijo que lo iba a comentar con su patrón.
Sí.
Entonces, que me hablaban en
Sí, muy bien.
¿sí? Entonces ya le presenté la información.
El otro día que me mandó un mensaje, entonces era de él, porque me decía que hable con Víctor. Yo dije, ese no era para mí, no lo
doctor, es que
Sí. Yo pensé que no, dije, no, este no es para mí, yo no conozco a ningún Víctor.
perdón, doctor.
Pero es
Iván.
la última vez que se daba a confundir.
Sí,
Iván es
entonces,
terrible.
Ya está listo lo de la montaña de la
Iván es terrible y aquel es Luis el terrible.
Luis el terrible. Entonces, como quiera que me guste los órdenes. ¿Cómo ven? ¿Se han divertido?
Sí, cómo no.
Qué bueno.
Gracias. Mucho.
ese 6 grados Brix en el plasma del suero del becerro, 24 horas después tiene la correlación con las inmunoglobulinas. Sí, ahora si esperan 2 días o 3 días ya no es válido porque entonces ya el becerro puede tener otro ingreso de otras inmunoglobulinas. Nada más las 24 horas se mide el calostro, lo que es calostro, sí. Después ya no. Pero es por correlación. Esa refractometría debe corresponder a eso que usted dice en inmunoglobulinas. Pero habría que leerlo para estar seguro. Debe corresponder a ese mínimo de inmunoglobulinas que debía tener el becerro. Porque checar las inmunoglobulinas así como directamente, pues no, tal vez no sea posible.
Tal vez no. O en el laboratorio yo creo que sí, ¿no?
Pero tal vez sí.
Así es.
Luego aquí la de las 11. Luego a mí la de las 11, la sala 3, se me hace interesante.
Yo fui a esa.
¿La de las 11?
No, la de las 10:30.
Sí.
Porque ahorita a las 11 es receso. A las 10:30 fui, pero se me hace que a las 5. No fui. Entonces, esto es lo que le decía yo, ¿no? Que el becerro mínimo tome 150 gramos de hemoglobina. Y esto se logra con que tenga más de 50, si usted dice más de 80, pues ya garantizamos mucho más por litro. Entonces, por 3 litros hay que tomar, pues ya completa.
Más de 50 gramos por litro de
Hemoglobina G.
y la relación del refractómetro con los cuantos de sería el refractómetro 85 grados Brix, digo, más de 22 grados Brix,
Más de 20.
pero ahí decía 22, más de 22.
Ahí decía.
Sí,
Sí, es para darle un poquito sobradito.
Exacto.
Más vale que todo. Y aquí. Concentración en el suero de inmunoglobulina G en miligramos por mililitro. ¿Sí? Becerras que tienen 5 o hasta 10 o arriba de 10, 15, ya es en el suero,
sí,
lo que platicamos ahorita,
corresponde
24 horas después de la
sí, 24 horas después del calostro.
transferencia y si me tardo más en dar el calostro, pues se transfiere menos, aunque sea de la misma calidad, pero si me tardé 12 horas de nacida para darle el calostro, no llega a esos niveles.
No, ¿verdad? Porque se cierran las células.
Se cierran las células en los leños. Luego tomar la muestra de sangre y aquí está, ¿no? Así es como se ve.
Sí.
Tiene 6 en el refractómetro.
And they are living in Mexico City?
No, Uruapan. Uruapan.
Uruapan.
Yeah.
Uruapan de León.
Sí. Is it? I don't know. Is it mountains or?
Yes, it's a forest.
Forests, okay. No. And you're based in Mexico City?
Yes.
You're from there or you?
Yes, I'm from there. When I was young, I moved outside with the work.
Okay.
Because the national
All right. So on the way here, I came through Benito Juarez Airport.
Yes.
It's very busy.
Yes. And also there are some tourist stations. Then do you know where is one air sign?
Yeah.
The other.
So I arrived in one. I had to leave from two. So I had to take the bus.
Yes.
For me, it was a little bit confusing. But
Yes.
no problem.
For everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. And now we have a new airport, which is maybe 1 hour.
Oh, really?
Yes. Then sometimes some flights go to the airport and you move.
That's even worse.
Then sometimes you check.
You lose time.
I know you check one flyer.
I'm glad that didn't happen to me because I did not know that.
No, but it depends on the airline.
You're right.
So most of the time if you are coming from Mexico, more sometimes same.
It's in what? Yeah. On the way back, I believe, from Cancun, I'm flying direct to New York. Which makes it a bit easier.
Yeah.
At least I can read the signs in English.
Let me check. Because I need to put here.
Thank you. thing is straight. No, it's originally Scottish and Irish. You know, Celtic languages. They have very long spelling. The correct pronunciation is just rural. It has so many letters. Probably to I was reading some parts. Oh, really? Yeah, yeah. Good. Yeah, and you're a professor? So when I speak, I can say.
A ver, chica, ¿cuál es?
For the next. Hi, everybody. Welcome to starting these sessions about sustainability. And now we have Rory to starting the key lecture for this topic. As you see, Rory has a lot of experience in this area. He's a head director, executive director of the Global Roundtable for Sustainable Beef, and also he come to explain us how this roundtable is working around the different parts of the world. I think it's a very interesting session. More than scientific session is something how this part of the industry is organizing to become more sustainable. You have the word, please.
Muchas gracias, Rafael. Buenos días y gracias por la oportunidad de presentar aquí. Me gustaría dar las gracias a la Asociación Mundial para la Buiatria y a la Mesa Redonda Mexicana para la Carne Sostenible, así como a la Confederación Nacional de Organizaciones Ganaderas, como no hablo español, lo presentaré en inglés. Si hablo demasiado rápido, por favor, dímelo. So thank you very much for coming to this presentation today. As you heard from Professor Olea Perez, I'm the Executive Director of the Global Roundtable for Sustainable Beef. And it's my pleasure to talk to you about some perspectives from the Global Roundtable, but really mostly personal perspectives, about the role of health, husbandry, and genetics in sustainability. And I'm sure that for most of you, this is kind of well-known stuff. I need to preface all of what I say with a warning. I'm not a scientist, so if you came here to hear a lot about science, that's not going to be my presentation, but we have some august gentlemen after me who will fill in some more of the scientific details. So I may be a little bit general for you. The reason that I talk in these generalities is that most of what I do is talking to the whole supply chain and talking to policymakers and trying to help people bridge the gap between what we can do, what we're already doing, and the things that policymakers probably need to take into account when they're thinking about food systems and the buzzword of the decade, food systems transformation. So in terms of livestock sustainability, I think welfare is really an imperative for us. It's an ethical imperative, so I don't believe there is any such thing as sustainable livestock without good animal welfare. The Global Roundtable for Sustainable Beef has about 2/3 of the global cross-border trade in beef within our membership. So we have producers, we have processors, we have retailers, we have input providers like the pharmaceutical companies and the banks, and we have the retailers, the big companies like McDonald's, Restaurant Brands International, and some of the large supermarket chains. And all of them have committed to some global goals around sustainability, one of which is around animal health and welfare. So when I was born, the population of the world was around 3.6, maybe 3.7 billion people. Today, it's over 8 billion. So clearly, what we've got to do is a huge job in terms of feeding that growing human population. And the growth that is to come will be predominantly in lower income countries. Africa will still see a large growth in population, while Asia may be slowing. There's still growth to be seen there. And we'll probably reach over 9 billion by the middle of this century before finally flattening in terms of growth. So we need to continue producing more food, and we need to make sure that we can provide access to food for those people in lower income countries. Food that is of high quality and nutrient density with high bioavailability. And it's no coincidence that that includes meat. So we've seen ruminant production in many countries improve in terms of productivity over the last decades, in some countries over the last couple of 100 years. But there are many countries where that change is still to take place. So I know that I risk boring you with talking about emissions. It's what we hear every day these days about cattle production. And I don't want to seem like I've got a carbon tunnel vision, but it is the area that we experience the most pressure in at the moment. So the Global Roundtable has a goal for 2030 to reduce the emissions of the beef industry by 30%, and that's an intensity target, not an absolute target, on a pathway to climate neutrality. And I say climate neutrality because we recognize that due to the short-lived nature of methane in the atmosphere, we don't need to reduce enteric emissions to zero, but we need to be on a declining plane. So obviously, in a country where the herd is growing, it's extremely hard to achieve that. We can achieve productivity increases, as we've seen in Europe or North America or Oceania over the years. But if you do that while you're still increasing the herd, you still won't be able to keep up with the emissions. At the moment, in many lower income countries, that is exactly what's happening. The herd is growing. And yes, they need to feed a growing population. But if we adopted many of the technologies that are already available and the husbandry and the good management practices that are already available, we could increase the supply without increasing the hoof print. So probably asking yourself, what do we mean by sustainability? And many people have their view on that. The Global Roundtable defined this for the beef industry in 2013, and our members voted to adopt that definition in 2014 at our global conference in Brazil. It encompasses 5 principles on natural resources, animal health and welfare, people in the community, food, and efficiency and innovation. And there are, underneath the 5 principles, there are 36 criteria. So I won't bore you with all of those. But the summary, my sort of easy reference summary, is production that meets the needs of today's population without compromising our ability to meet future needs. And you'll find that that overlaps with many other definitions. People who are now promoting regenerative agriculture, which wasn't really such a commonly used word when we formed the roundtable, will use a similar definition to that. And we find good complementarity with most of what we hear from the regenerative movement, but we may differ on how that works. I personally believe that in order to be sustainable, you would need to include regenerative in your definition. The regenerative proponents sometimes say it's the other way around. They say, oh, you can't just be sustainable, you have to be regenerative. So it's a matter of opinion. So food systems, obviously, they produce more than just food. And it's always a balance between food, fiber, increasingly fuel, and forests. And I include forests there because of the biodiversity angle of sustainability. That close behind climate is becoming the big issue of the day. And I find it surprising how much of a battleground food systems have become. Very polarized. And I find it surprising because we all need to eat. So when I hear people talking about, well, pointing fingers, let's say, at agriculture and saying, look, these guys are destroying the planet, I think to myself, well, are they? I mean, they're keeping you alive. So sure, we probably, and we definitely do need to improve our sustainability. We need to improve what we do. We need to produce more with less because there are more people. And we need to preserve biodiversity. But I don't think that pointing the fingers at farmers or blaming other people who've really been doing their best is a constructive way to engage. And in general, I would say that policymakers have been pretty successful in directing what agriculture does. Particularly after the Second World War, we saw a huge drive to produce more food for a growing population. And that was very effective, all around the world, actually. And okay, that may have been adopted in some parts of the world a bit later than others, but we've seen that when governments incentivize increased production, it tends to work. So if there are levers to be pulled, policymakers can do it, and they can direct the way that agriculture evolves. And it doesn't mean pointing fingers or blaming people. It means constructively engaging to make sure that we can do a better job. So, I mean, we've seen since the Second World War a huge increase in the food supply already, and we're going to need a similar increase in the future. But that hasn't necessarily improved diets everywhere. Since the sort of 1980s, we've had an increase in nutritional and dietary guidelines for human health, mostly in wealthier countries. And they haven't led to better health outcomes for the populations. What we've actually seen is an increase in cheap food, and particularly cheap calories, which hasn't led to better health outcomes. Nor has that massive increase in food production led to an end of hunger. We still have access issues in many poor countries, and we even have malnutrition in terms of micronutrient deficiencies in wealthy countries. And it's interesting to know that in the US and in the UK, the number of women of reproductive age and children who experience iron deficiencies and other micronutrient deficiencies is in the order of 30%. So this is not an isolated thing. It's not confined to one part of the world, but of course the details vary. So what do ruminants do for us? You all know this, and I do feel that some of what I'm going to say is redundant on this audience because you're all experts in production and health. But bear in mind that this presentation is something that I will take to policymakers who often don't really have a detailed understanding of how particularly livestock production works. They've heard a lot, and they may have bought into some arguments which don't necessarily stack up. So we take low-value feed, and we turn it into highly densely nutritious food with high bioavailability of micronutrients. And efficiency is not the only way to meet our sustainability goals, but it's definitely a huge part of it. And if you consider, I've had the good fortune, I guess, to work in many parts of the world. I was based in Botswana for 5 years. Average calving interval in Botswana is 4 years, and sometimes worse than that if you're in a drought. Compare that cow, who's essentially not producing anything, to a high-producing dairy cow who's a calf a year plus all of the milk. Yes, the high-producing dairy cow will have higher total emissions, but the other cow in Botswana actually didn't produce anything. So the footprint of that cow in Botswana is effectively higher. The other thing that we've heard more about, and particularly since the pandemic, is resilience. And we saw, it was exposed to us during the COVID pandemic, that our food systems had become very efficient as long as everything was running nicely. But as soon as we had some of those upsets in terms of our ability to process, receive, and basically move food through the chain, the resilience was lacking. But a lot of what we talk about in terms of resilience is also how we can adapt to climate change and to other challenges that we have in front of us. And many of the things that we can do to, for example, improve soil moisture retention and things like that, they will benefit climate. They'll also benefit resilience. In terms of that COVID resilience issue, we actually had suspected that African swine fever was going to be the big problem in 2019, and maybe COVID diverted some of what would have otherwise happened in terms of global meat trade. The deficit in meat supply in China that year was over 20 million tons in terms of pig meat, and that is more than the whole of the European Union produces. So in these countries that I've worked in, I've managed farms in Scotland, I've worked on farms in New Zealand and ranches in Australia, I've been living in Africa, I ran a veterinary program in Afghanistan, worked in India and in South Sudan. All of these countries had health challenges. They were all different. And for example, South Sudan, that was still in the days that we were working on eradicating rinderpest. In Afghanistan, we had Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever and peste petit ruminant. In Australia, we were still working on eradicating tuberculosis from the beef herd in the Northern Territory. So all of these people recognized the huge role that animal health has in their livelihoods. You know, without those programs, without those vaccinations, without the work on animal health, their livelihoods, you know, potentially, if we're talking about rinderpest or one of the other really nasty diseases, their livelihoods would have been completely destroyed. And even in the cases of chronic diseases and vaccination programs, it makes a difference between a profit and a loss. I think the real recognition of this in Afghanistan was that when we would go to a village to vaccinate the flock, the entire village would bring all of their animals together as one flock, and they would make sure that all of them were paid for, even though there were definitely livestock keepers in those villages who had no ability to pay. The villagers recognized the value of that herd immunity and the value of making sure that they supported each other to ensure that immunity. And yet there are still large areas of the globe where we don't have access to animal health and where extension is unavailable to producers. I'm thinking of places like certainly the northern communal areas of Namibia, or where it's really far for a producer to find a veterinarian or anybody qualified to give them assistance. If they have to travel 200 kilometers and they don't have a vehicle, it's just not going to happen. Despite what may be good intentions, if you have no ability to reach care, you're not going to do it. And I visited northern Uganda in the early part of this century, where there was a copper deficiency amongst sheep, and nobody knew what that was. They saw sway back every year, but they had no ability to access any sort of expertise that would have helped solve what is actually a relatively simple problem. So Africa and Asia, where all those big herds are, where they're pretty unproductive, they have 2/3 of the large ruminants, but they're not producing very much. And a large part of that is access and availability of expertise, of vaccinations, of drugs. So we need investment in that, because it's not just going to change overnight. We can set up training programs, but without the availability in country and without investment, that's not going to change. So we can do that partly as a private sector, but I think institutional donors, multilateral donors need to recognize the importance of livestock in those livelihoods and invest in it. So I don't know, I guess many of your organizations are somehow connected with health for animals, and there was an excellent report that came out last year. Just those figures there, I think, are really telling. If we could get a 60% global vaccination rate for beef cattle, we'd see a productivity rise of about 50%. That's astonishingly high. That's enough beef to feed 3 billion people. That's more than enough to make up any deficit today. But you could look at it another way and say, okay, well, let's say we increase the vaccination rate that much, but decrease the herd a bit. We could still feed an extra billion people with a smaller herd. And the other one, every % reduction in beef cattle disease would increase production enough to meet the needs of 317 million people. That's a massive change just through things that we already know how to do and that we already have the technology. We can reduce the footprint, we can increase productivity without rocket science. A lot of this stuff, well, maybe it's rocket science that's already been done. The other part of animal health, of course, is One Health, and we became much more aware. Okay, you were all aware of zoonoses already, but the general public may not have heard the word until 2020. Suddenly it became very relevant. But it's not just zoonoses, of course. It's the stewardship of the pharmaceuticals that we all use, and the importance of keeping them viable for ourselves, for the animals that we keep, but also for human health. And I guess macrolides being a key example, critically important for human health, but also very important in bovine respiratory disease, shipping fever. And if we can find other ways to combat respiratory disease in cattle, including things like better conditioning of calves, and better handling of calves, and new vaccines, which I know are being developed and some of them are already available. If we can do that, that will have a knock-on positive impact for human health as well. But what about welfare? I mean, I think, clearly better welfare leads to better health outcomes, and there are plenty of examples of that, including painful procedures. Now, an obvious one, something like disbudding, if you can use a polled gene in those cattle, you already eliminate the need for extra care. Anesthesia and analgesia would lead to better welfare for those cattle, or those calves, but if they didn't have horns in the first place, there wouldn't even be any need for that. So there are lots of things that we can do. Fence line weaning is one probably in terms of respiratory disease. If we can get those calves to wean with lower stress and continue feeding, continue growing while they're weaning, they will be in better condition and more resistant to disease. So I've already mentioned the ethical imperative, but it aligns with the financial interests of the producers as well. So clearly that's a win-win. Their cattle are going to do better, and they're going to make more money out of it as well. There are lots of things which I guess they bridge husbandry and welfare, and supplementation with the right minerals, and making sure that cattle are in an environment which is actually healthy for them to be in. They may not actually be suffering at the moment that you see them, but if they're in that bad condition for long enough, or if they don't have enough space, their welfare will suffer, and we can demonstrate that ultimately that will lead to lower productivity as well. So, I mean, I think welfare comes first, to be honest. Without welfare, you can vaccinate, of course, you can treat disease, but if you started off with a bad production system, all of the vaccinations, all of the treatments in the world are actually just a double cost. You've made your own life more difficult, and now you're trying to solve a problem by throwing money and drugs and vaccines at it. We need the vaccines, sure, but give the vaccines a chance by giving the animals the ability to be resistant to disease themselves as well. So I'll get around to genetics now, and I think that's a huge part of sustainability as well, and we're recognized. The more we learn, and I'm sure some of you can teach me a lot about this, but the more we learn, the more we understand that genetics can really make a huge difference. There's the obvious, like the adaptation to the environment in which the cattle are, and I've seen that in all the countries where I've worked. In Scotland, when I was a child, we still had a lot of blue-grey cattle and a lot of ling cattle and a lot of cattle that were just good at thriving in a pretty marginal environment. I come from the northwest highlands of Scotland. So those cattle could survive outdoors in the winter with pretty poor quality feed. Of course, today people want to produce more, and so they're going to invest more in terms of infrastructure and providing feed over winter, etc. And then they can upgrade the genetics to a more productive breed of cow and use different bulls to cross and get hybrid vigor, etc. But ultimately, you need the right animal for the right production system. And I think back in the 1980s, when there was a lot of enthusiasm to support developing countries by sending out Frisian cattle, we quickly realized that that was not the way to do things. If you were going to send a purebred Holstein or a Frisian cow to a country like Uganda, you were asking for trouble. And it was very quickly shown that that was indeed the case. And obviously, hybrid vigor is an important part of it. And we, generally in the beef industry, we cross a lot. But again, we need to cross with the right animals for the right system. And that's not just for the thriving of the cattle in that environment, it's also for the market that we're going to be selling into. Nowadays, we can also insert genes, and CRISPR technology, the first one was approved in the United States back in 2022. The slick coat gene was approved for use in cattle, and that means that they can breed more heat-resistant cattle for those increasing temperatures in parts of the US and other markets, of course. And that's just the start. That's the first one that's been approved, but there'll be more, and we can think of other things that would improve welfare. So slick coat is one of them, but introducing a pole gene would be an easy win as well for breeds that otherwise have horns, reduce the need for disbudding or dehorning, and the need for extra handling with regard to anesthesia or analgesia. So, there's a huge variation in the genetics in herds, and we see, up to 30% variation in terms of emissions from individuals within a herd, and we see huge variation as well in residual feed intake. And because feed is such an important part of the cost of keeping cattle, selecting for residual feed intake makes a lot of sense as well. The low methane trait in the dairy herd can reduce emissions by up to 1.5% a year if we were to adopt it widely enough. But as you see there, that's the figure for variation in methane emissions in individual animals within a herd. It's huge, 22 to 2/3 difference between individual animals. So clearly, getting to understand the genetics behind that and what's controlling that is really in all of our interests. So again, as I said, we select to adapt to our purpose. Some people are still using their cattle for milking, for producing calves, and for animal traction. So clearly they're going to want a different animal to the one that you're going to have if you plan to put it into a feedlot. And then the other part of genetics is preserving the diversity. We understand there's a lot we don't know about the cattle that are out there, and if we just lose them without ever knowing what potential they had, we could be losing something really valuable. So we need to maintain that diversity. Beef on dairy, I think we'll hear much more about the dairy industry later, but beef on dairy is increasingly important, and I think has huge potential to reduce the impact of the beef herd, because if we're taking good quality calves from the dairy industry, we don't need to have those beef cows, sole purpose beef cows, producing those calves. We could make better use of the dairy herd as a source, and that massively reduces the emissions related to keeping cattle, because the emissions are mostly attributed to the value of the milk rather than the calf. So that'd be a huge win, particularly in those areas of the world where really the majority of the cattle that are ending up in slaughter are coming from the dairy herd. About 2/3 of those slaughtered in Europe do actually originate from the dairy herd, and New Zealand's about 40%. So the other part of genetics is the microbiome. We're, again, probably just learning now more about how the microbiome itself, particularly in the rumen, influences many of those things like emissions and residual feed intake, etc. But we can start to identify that now, and it will be very important in the future. So, okay, I think that we've already had that. Or did I press the wrong button? There we go, sorry. Right, finally we've got a picture instead of text. Last year the FAO put out this report at COP28, and FAO hasn't always been that kind to the livestock industry. I think this one was pretty constructive. And they've shown what the emissions are today, the amount that we need to increase production by to feed a growing population, and the things that we can do to reduce. And this is just about emissions. So again, going back to that carbon tunnel vision. But when you think about emissions, it's everything, because if you can reduce all of those impacts which are related to climate, you can also reduce the impacts which are related to biodiversity and other aspects of sustainability. So this is a proxy, and it is specifically designed for emissions. But you can see there that productivity, health, and welfare, genetics are all an important part of reducing that, so that we can actually produce more with less. So just to kind of clarify what those bars mean, the first one is where our emissions are at the moment. The second one, which is just up in the air, is what the additional emissions under current scenarios would be to meet future demand. So that gives you the third one, which is the total for future demand. All of those waterfall going down are the things that we can do. And the final one at the end shows what the impact of all of those mitigation strategies would be if we adopt them all. Now, clearly, it's going to be difficult to adopt them all as widely as we need to reach such a low figure. But you can see that figure is considerably lower than our current emissions. So there is hope, and I was really pleased to see FAO actually being a source of hope to the livestock industry rather than kind of being oppositional. So we've already seen this happen in many countries. So we've seen a smaller supporting herd in places like the United States. They had 132 million cattle in 1975, and today 94 million, but they're producing more beef today. So they're producing 17% more, which is 12.2 million tons. If they were still producing the way they did in 1975, they'd need to have 60 million head more than they do. That is a huge difference. That's the difference of all of the buffalo that were in the United States before Europeans arrived. And we can all do this. Many countries can do this. Brazil is already making a transition. So Brazil is interesting because their herd has obviously been growing very fast. But as it's been growing fast, it's also been intensifying. So the footprint of Brazilian beef in terms of land take isn't actually any bigger today than it was in the 1990s, although they're at 220 million head now. But it's moved. It's moved with the frontier. And Brazil is often criticized for deforestation, and it is a problem. I mean, it's a problem for all of us that we're losing the forest as fast as we are. But the drivers of deforestation are not nearly as simple as just, I want to produce some more cattle, so I'm going to go and cut down trees. The fact is, as soon as you buy some land in Brazil and cut down trees, that land becomes worth more. And as soon as it's actually capable of producing a range of crops, it's worth much more, up to 20 times as much as land with trees on it. So that's an incentive for people to deforest. And the only way to counter that is to make an incentive to keep forest. We need to make standing forest worth money. So I believe that Brazil could certainly shrink their footprint more, and they could also use the herd to regenerate land, because there's a lot of, not just in Brazil, all around the world, we've got large areas of degraded land, degraded pasture land, degraded cropland. We're talking probably billions, or at least 1 billion hectares of land that could be restored. And if we manage cattle well on those lands, we can restore it. So these regenerative approaches, for want of another word, better grazing management, grazing and rest, making sure that we're getting carbon back into the soil, will help us to restore those lands. And in doing so, we'll be taking pressure off the frontier. And while we're doing it, we'll also be improving the biodiversity and the ecosystem functions in those areas. Another thing that we can do is silvopasture, and we've heard actually here the last couple of days some of the benefits of silvopasture. Productivity does not have to go down, particularly in tropical regions. When you use silvopasture, you can actually increase productivity and create better welfare for animals in areas where they actually benefit from the shade. So you can increase carrying capacity, you can increase the rate of gain of those cattle, and contribute to biodiversity and ecosystem services while you're doing it. So it's expensive to establish. Again, another thing where we need investment. You know, this is clearly something that would be really beneficial to livestock production, to food production, to the environment, and to biodiversity, but it's expensive. And you can't expect producers to find that money up front. They don't have that. A lot of the producers in the countries we're talking about are not wealthy people. They're just trying to make a living, and we need that to be assisted in one way or another. So I'll wrap up here by saying, yeah, we can do this. We can transition to more sustainable livestock production, and we already know many of the things that we need to do or that we can do to achieve that. But it's not automatic, and it's not free. All of these things come at a financial cost, and as I said, many of the producers are already struggling to make a living. Cheap food has done that. Our returns on investment in the cattle industry are extremely low. We're talking, a couple of % in many cases. So to find that extra money to become more sustainable, as a friend of mine used to always say, and it's probably a bit of a cliche by now, but you can't be green if you're in the red. We need to support producers to be more sustainable. And we recognize that it's a continuous improvement journey. It's not something that you do in one day and you're sustainable. It's gradual improvement. It's working away at it year by year. So it's a call to everybody. We need investment in this. We need to talk more to policymakers about this. We need to help people understand that 2/3 of the land we have cannot produce human edible crops. We're not going to get rid of livestock. We need livestock. They're part of the food system, and we need to invest in them to make sure that we're producing more and better food with less. Thank you.
Okay, this was a very nice talk about sustainability and different topics relation. I don't know if somebody have questions about these topics, especially now that we have the executive director of one of the global organizations. Please come here to make the question, because we are taking account all of that questions.
Thank you for a brilliant presentation. I'd like to think that you're preaching to the converted in this room, but it was really interesting. Thank you. You mentioned the need for investment, and you mentioned in one place you mentioned the FAO's attitude. Do you think that a lot of these issues, the lack of investment, the lack of prioritising the correct things, stems from not enough vets at the high level in the policy-making areas, not only governments but also multinational organisations?
Not enough vets, not enough livestock people. I mean, historically, if we look at overseas direct investment into agriculture, livestock has received about 2% of the funding. The rest, the 98%, has gone to crops. So it's just structural. We haven't had livestock people in these organizations for decades. And yeah, the result is pretty clear. There's a lot of ignorance, even in those organizations. And it's quite pervasive, the influence of the narrative that's developed over the last couple of decades around livestock being damaging. It probably started with livestock's long shadow, to be honest. The 2006 report from FAO, when they signaled that livestock was a major source of emissions. And that was picked up upon everywhere. And it just happens to align with a lot of other interests. You know, the processed food industry has an interest in this narrative. There are religious organizations, strangely enough, that are quite influential in this as well. It's really surprising when you look at the connections, how pervasive this is. So I think it does partly stem from a lack of vets and a lack of livestock experts in general. And it's a historical imbalance in the investment.
Please come.
Well, thank you. That was a very nice presentation. A little bit along the line here with the investment, we see big dairies building up incentive models for farmers to pursue sustainability goals on their farms. Can we expect the same from your members? Will the abattoirs, the slaughterhouses, the food producers see the incentive model as a way to make farmers and livestock producers challenge themselves to this green transformation?
Yes, and it's already happening to some extent. We see that in Canada, for example. There's been an ongoing program there to invest more into cattle that come from a verified sustainable beef chain, and the United States is ready to do the same. We have a number of schemes in Europe that are capable of doing that as well. My concern is that is really dealing with the top. You're dealing with the people at the top, and we need to move the bottom. You know, the problems are significant in wealthy countries, but they pale into insignificance when you compare them with lower income countries. And that's why I'm so keen to see more investment. This is not something that I think the private sector on its own is going to do. I just don't think the private sector has the willingness to invest the sorts of amounts that are required to move the bottom.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, please.
Great talk. It's kind of along the same sort of lines. So do you think at the moment, so when we're talking about sort of climate mitigation and it's all, you get greenhouse gases, it's all about the very high priority like feeding, additives, breeding, genetic improvements. But do you feel that, I mean, it's a biased question here, but do you feel that animal health actually has the same sort of, I guess, impact or sort of thought, emphasis or weight in policy teams' minds? Because guess our feeling is that sort of it's, without good animal health, you can't express the benefits of feeding and breeding. So just your thoughts on like the relative kind of weighting on animal health, because I think it's probably recognized as being important.
Yeah, no, I agree. And that's why I appreciated that report from FAO as well, because they're quite clear about the impacts of different things that we can do. And one of the things that they highlighted was that new technologies like feed additives or rumen manipulation will contribute something, but not as much as productivity gains and animal health. Those are far bigger. And incidentally, dietary change was also a very minor component there. It's in there, but they're not suggesting that wholesale change in diets is required to drive reduction in emissions. They're really talking about the things that are your bread and butter. And I agree, policymakers don't know this. Policymakers, they're always attracted by something shiny, aren't they? Something new, something that sounds like it's exciting and hasn't been done before. But the fact is the things that have been done before are proven. And that's why we should be doing more of them.
Yeah, it's a bit less boring, you know, sort of saying, well, actually, just good health management. And I think your data on the Botswana calving interval really says it all. Yeah. 4 years of calving intervals, that's...
Right, and a calf, in the end, that doesn't grow. I mean...
Yeah. Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Peter.
Brilliant.
We can give an applause for... Also, I can give you a gift for the organization, for you. Thank you very much for the presentation.
That's very kind of you.
Yeah. Thanks. Now, we continue with the program. If you have some question for our speaker, he will be maybe today. Yeah? Okay. Now, we continue with the program. Now, the next presentation that will be for Peter Windsor. Yeah? He is here, okay? He's coming from Australia, okay? And he continues also speaking about the environmental impact in these topics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and it's great to be here. In fact, lovely talk to follow on with as a sort of a case study of how to find that extra money. We've had some quite dramatic advancement in the work that we've been doing in Southeast Asia in the last 12 months or so. I thought I'd share that with you. Now, my background is from, whilst I'm a Professor Emeritus at Sydney Uni, I run a consultancy company called Production Animal Welfare and Health Services, mainly working in Southeast Asia. I've spent nearly 2 years in the Philippines and worked in Indonesia and still do, but mostly going forth to Cambodia and Laos to try and essentially was really to look at ways where we could help control foot and mouth disease. When I graduated back at the time when the former speaker was talking about Australia having TB, I graduated into the TB and B campaign and was, I guess, stimulated by that experience to try and control other diseases. Australia eradicated TB and B back in the early 80s, so it's been a great benefit to the country, and we try to keep the many diseases out of, to the north of us from Australia through a very powerful biosecurity. And that's become increasingly important, of course, since the incursion into Indonesia recently in 2022 of foot and mouth disease after a 40 years absence, and lumpy skin disease, and more recently the risk of African swine fever. So there's a lot happening in this part of the world where I've circled. In a little bit of an extension of that circle is about 2/3 of the world's population, and likely to be the most significant economic activity in the world outside of the US in the future, with Indonesia likely to be the 4th most powerful economy after China and India in the next decade or so. So it's an amazingly interesting place to be working. This talk has the advantage of my colleague Julian Hill, who's provided me with a lot of the quantitative aspects of some of the work that we've done, but simply we've found that molasses blocks, that technology has allowed us to improve smallholder health and productivity and welfare in that region, particularly in Laos, and decrease greenhouse gas emissions. Now the background there, I don't want to bore you all with this because you probably know it all, but we talked already about feeding 8 billion people with the 80 billion animals that are currently slaughtered annually. A lot of meat produced, and the reality is, despite the fact that there's a lot of pushing back against the use of meat in the Southeast Asian environment, the majority of farmers, the population there has had a low meat diet. And in fact, we've worked in villages where 50% of the children are stunted. And the focus has always been, including in policymakers, to produce rice. Now, there's no money in rice. Many of those families, of our smallholder farmers' families, have been stuck on $1 to $2 a day. Now, those animals no longer required for rice production because everybody's got a mechanical tractor, or nearly everybody. So the animals now that were for transport and for draft purposes are their bank accounts. But they go up and down, they're up and down with the diet, with the environment, because they're basically feeding them on weeds from the paddy line. So we've introduced foragers. But it takes 3.5 to 4 years for the foragers to have much impact on the economics of a village when you introduce them. So how do you hasten that process? Well, many of these countries produce sugar. The waste product from sugar is molasses. The molasses just sitting around or sent back to Thailand to get burnt for energy. So we stick it into molasses blocks. Now, initially, a lot of our research came from blocks produced in Australia and shipped over, but now we've we've built a factory, just been open a year, and I'll explain to you how all that works. So all those things about sustainability there to meet the massive demand in the region for animal source foods from China and Vietnam in particular, as people migrate to from basically a rice, some vegetable diet to more animal source food diet, has been quite transformational in the region. It's driven a lot of demand for animals, and now Cambodia and Laos have gone from being animal exporters basically to food importers, because a lot of those animals are being sucked into the neighbouring countries. And there's 100,000 animals coming a year from Myanmar across through northern Laos up into China, and it's all illegal. And tomorrow I'll be talking about the foot and mouth disease issues that's all created. So we know about the uneven footprint, and we know about the role of livestock and both farming and particularly cattle being a source of methane production risk. And the pushback against this, and I agree, it's almost like a zealotry thing, isn't it? You know, whilst the solution is we've got to get rid of fossil fuels to manage our carbon footprint in humans. That's essential. But it's almost like a diversionary argument to say, we've got to get rid of meat. And it's kind of crazy, because it's 14.5% sure, but it's the biogenic cycle. And what's really misunderstood by the general population is it's the geological cycle that's the problem. It's taking the long-term stored geological material out of the ground and burning the crap out of it and creating all this CO2, methane in the environment. Meanwhile, the biogenic cycle is just cycling between animals and the environment, plants, soil, etc., of carbon that already exists. It's not adding extra carbon to the system. It's just dealing with around the edges of trying to improve the efficiency. That is the risk issue. And of course, those are the figures that you already know, and you can see in that one on the bottom right there of methane is so important because it's more than a half of the GHG, greenhouse gas emissions, come out as methane. The blue is in nitrous oxide and CO2 there, from the different farming systems. And meat is an easy target up there on the right. So, rather than talk about necessarily how much CO2 equivalent per animal or farm or whatever, FAO talks a lot about emissions intensity. And that's a very interesting thing, because if you work in a country like Laos and a country like Australia, the emissions intensity of beef cattle production is 22 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per kilogram of product, whether it's meat or dairy product. So it's quite low. If you work in Laos, it's 102, 103. So it's 4 to 5 times. If you work in Lesotho in South Africa, it's closer to 400. Smallholder farming is extremely inefficient. There's 600 million smallholder farmers living on 2 hectares or less. That's the difference. They're producing about 24% of the world's food, but very inefficiently. And I have similar farmers in the people we work with, where the intercalving interval's 3-4 years, it's completely normal in Cambodia and Laos. So, a good place to work is in a developing country where there's high emissions intensity, because anything you do can help to reduce that. Anyway, what we started off doing was trying to find a way to manage the parasites. 50% of the herds in northern Laos, the calves were dying from Toxocara vitulorum. There was a big problem when we went up there, and I had a PhD student start on this, and 70% of all the herds were villages were infected with the parasite. It's a, Toxocara vitulorum's a roundworm, and it's the main animal calf problem, health problem. And how to get that in simply with a parental tablet? When we did it, it worked beautifully, a parental tablet, but as soon as the project stopped, the farmers stopped doing it. So we thought, let's put fenbendazole into blocks and provide that, and worked beautifully. The fenbendazole goes through the milk, eradicates the Toxocara. And we got huge improvements in average daily gain of the calves with no mortalities. So then we thought, well, let's look at the other big animal health problem, which is Fasciola gigantica. Basically, right throughout the place, many herds, villages have all the cattle infected with this parasite. And so we thought, well, let's put triclobendazole in the blocks and see what happens. And of course, you put in the right dose rate, help very quickly. You can eliminate Fasciola gigantica. Why do you put it in the blocks? Because there's no animal handling facilities. So it's very hard for them to treat with an oral product. So it worked very nice, improved animal average daily gains, etc. Then we thought, what about dry season feeding? We'll put some urea in, 8% urea blocks in the dry season, boom, average daily gains up, blah, blah, blah. Now that worked really well. That looks like it's working because the cows are producing more milk, and the calves are growing much faster than the cows, which you'd expect. That must be about milk production. So we went to a local dairy, and we put 10% urea in blocks and fed them to the buffalo cow in a local dairy, producing mozzarella for the tourist trade in northern Laos. Wow, 35% increase in milk production of those cows from 2 months feeding with a molasses block. Fantastic. So we thought, well, let's have a look at this data, and we calculated all that together, and we came up with a figure of almost half a tonne of CO2 equivalent reduced per block, whether it's fed to 1 animal or 5 animals or whatever. The blocks, if they're manufactured properly, there's a fairly normal consumption of about 150 to 180 grams per day of the block, and producing at least half a tonne of reduction of CO2 by indirect abatement. So then we thought, well, if we can do that with just indirect abatement, what will happen if we then put in the block something that would directly affect methanogenesis? Now, everybody knows about asparagopsis, and of course, we've played around with asparagopsis, but in Laos, it's a long way from the sea, and we thought, what's local that produces a tannin? Because we know that condensed tannins have the advantage of affecting methanogenesis, and if you get the right amount at the right time, you can improve productivity, even though it impacts on the rumen protozoal population. And you can get those benefits up there from condensed tannin feeding at the right manner. So that's just a summary of all those trials that we published. You can show that the baseline of average daily gain in that area is extremely low, 54 to 84, 90 to 106 in cattle and buffalo. So it's pretty easy to improve that with some decent feeding. And so those are the fenbendazole blocks at 5%, and with non-medicated blocks sometimes had average daily gains higher. And I think that's because the non-medicated block gives them such an immune boost that they actually eliminate the parasite anyway, and they eat more of it because it doesn't have the flavour of an anthelmintic in there, benzimidazole. So we got some very interesting data on that and published all that. And we thought, well, this is so impactful, it's going to have an interesting impacts on the Sustainable Development Goals that FAO have produced, and there's 19 of them there. So this is some of these blocks being taken across the river in northern Laos for some of the feeding that's done in these trials. So off we went, and we put a little pilot trial together, only small numbers of the dairy buffalo and some pasture-fed cattle at our local research station. And we developed an extract from lemongrass. Lemongrass is a locally produced product for human consumption. And when we said, oh, we need a lot of this, the local farmers who produce the lemongrass said, you beauty, we can produce as much as you like. And we pay more, the company that's now developed pays more for it than the local farmers will, and they're delighted. We put this supplement together just as a mix there in the bottom left corner, and measured methane during eructation. So you observe the animals closely, and when you see them regurgitate, you point the laser at the nose, and you can get a readout of the amount of carbon of methane being produced at that particular time. And you measure it over an extended period, and you can get a whole pile of data points that you can do analysis on. Now the buffalo, they're on good feed. They've already got lots of forage, etc. They ate it up, no problem. Ate the 300, 400. These poor cattle over here on the research station, basically on starvation diets, they ate as what they could, but most of them were fairly anorexic anyway, so they were not a very good animal to work with. The background of all this is that we got research funding from Australia through the Business Partnership Platform to work with a business and academic institutions, and so did the Lowell Buffalo Dairy. So we had some good financial support to do this work. So the results, and there's your lemongrass up the top there, dried from, that went into the extract, and we analysed this, and you can see the raw data there, the buffalo for 2 weeks in the blue, that's the baseline feeding and the measurement of methane. You can see it actually going up in both cohorts, and then when you introduce the supplement, certainly starts going down quickly in the buffalo. The cattle are continued up, but because that's to do with basically the drought feeding that they were in. And then ultimately you reduce by the mean reduction of methane from the dairy cattle was 213 down to 136, and cattle down from 281 down to 164. So you've got very easily determinable significant differences between before and after. Average methane production per eructation. Of the order of 36% in the buffalo and 80% in the cattle. So this is pretty exciting, and so we've put that supplement into a molasses block, and we're now producing molasses blocks. A factory has been built and opened in April last year, and you can see down there on the right a massive molasses block used for the opening of the factory. And these are the farmers here on the left who are now we've followed up with them and they love this. They're all delighted. And as we say, the indirect abatement in a block is about half a tonne. We think the data so far suggests that we're up to about 800 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per block. We're aiming to get that to a tonne per block. And that is, the Lao government is very excited by this. We work through the DLF and they've registered this product for methane abatement. Now, the reason why it's sustainable is they're happy for us to sell those verified carbon credits back to Australian businesses. So what have we got here? We've got a new system for foreign aid. It's very exciting. There's the factory there on the left. Since last year, in April, 45 villages received nearly 12,000 blocks, affecting about 4,000 farmer households. And we expect 150,000 emissions control blocks in 2024, reduction of 100,000 tonnes of CO2. We've now got feasibility going in Indonesia and Cambodia where they all want this. And Thailand, Kenya and Lesotho are keen for it too. And so the feasibility of this, the company's called AgcoTech, it's got a website there, and the Sustainable Development Goals, that ticks off at least 6, 7 of those beautifully, because it's it's addressing poverty. Those people have got more valuable animals. They're able to improve their own nutrition as well as the values of the bank accounts of the animals, etc., etc. So you can look it up on my website, the Mekong Livestock Research and Beyond, and read all about that if you want. Productivity, health, and CH4 abatement from the use of an old technology with a modern approach to trying to address greenhouse gas emissions, the carbon, as you called it, the carbon tunnel. Okay, thanks to all those people involved, and I've just run out of time, so anybody wants to know more about this, come and see me later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. We continue. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but maybe at the end or in some space we can have some time. Okay, we continue now with Long Cheng from Denmark. Please, Long. Please, the next presentation.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks for coming. I'm currently a PhD student at Aarhus University in Denmark. So today I'm going to be talking about some interesting results from my PhD study on behalf of our co-authors. So our expert here has well claimed how important the animal health is to achieve sustainability. So here I'm going to give you an example. Yes. Gracias. Yeah. So this study aims to estimate the impact of heat stress on enteric methane emission in dairy herds. So dairy farming is crucial to feed the world by converting human non-edible resources to nutritious dairy products. And given the demand for dairy products, the world's dairy population is projected to increase in the next decade. And on the other hand, dairy farming is a large source to global warming. And from a life cycle perspective, enteric methane contributes from nearly 1/3 to more than 50% of the total climate footprint of milk production. And methane has its global warming potential 27 times of CO2, but it's short-lived. So cutting methane emission is the fastest way to reduce the near-term emission. And for dairy sector, it's very important and also urgent to cut down its emission, given the need for dairy production and also the contribution to global warming. And the consequences of global warming include the rise in temperature and more frequent extreme weather events, including heat waves. And this change will eventually affect dairy farming by, for instance, inducing heat stress. Heat stress is a status of dairy animals failed to manage their body thermal balance, given the need for milk production and the rise in ambient temperatures. And the temperature to induce heat stress is usually quantified as the temperature and humidity index set at 72. And the right figure shows the projected change of time above such threshold in Central Europe in the future. And here, different colors represent the different global warming potentials scenarios according to IPCC reports issued in 2014. And actually, for instance, for the blue lines, it assumed that at the end of the century, the temperature would increase on average 1.8 degrees, which is actually potentially underestimated given the newest IPCC report. And at least we can see from this figure that the risk of heat stress would potentially increase over the year in the future. And heat stress is widely studied. Just from this conference, at least 4 or 5 studies has already discussed it. And it shows impact on feed intake, milk use, compromise reproduction, and may increase the risk of health. And the compromised productivity may further increase enteric methane emission, but such information was missing. So the objectives of this study were to estimate the cow-level effects of heat stress on milk production, reproduction, and health, and then using such effects as input to simulate the herd level performance and then the enteric methane emissions. So the overall methods were categorized into 3 steps, and the first step was to estimate the cow-level effects. And initially we did a meta-analysis on the effects of heat stress on milk yield, composition, feed intake, and feed efficiency. Here, feed efficiency was defined as the ratio between energy-correct milk and dry matter intake. And the right figure shows a screening procedure of the meta-analysis. And this process resulted in 31 studies, including 25 studies where the performance was compared in climate-controlled chambers, and 6 seasonal studies where the performance was compared in different seasons with longer durations. And within, we did narrative reviews on the impacts of heat stress on reproduction and health, and parameters included insemination rate, conception rates, the common disease, and the mortality. And the comparison was based on the difference in warm and cool seasons. And above all, the effects were estimated as a relative risk as the change as percentage during heat stress compared to non-heat stress. And the risk was leveled as mean, minimum, and a maximum over a range for each parameter. And the second step is about a herd simulation. So they identified cow-level effects from previous step was simulated with different levels of input. And the individual parameters were combined into 3 levels of input with effects only on milk, or with effects both on milk and reproduction, or with all possible effects, including the risk of health. And these combinations were then simulated with different levels of durations, 1 month, 2 months, and 4 months. And additionally, we did 2 sensitivity tests assuming reduced feed efficiency or assuming severe heat stress by using the maximum risk for each parameter. And the simple model was used, and it's a research-based model that has been used in more than 25 publications. And in a dairy herd, for each individual animal, the simple model simulates its feed intake, growth, milk production, reproduction and health, mortality, and culling in a weekly step for 10 years, and then aggregates such effect to the herd level performance by averaging the results from the year 6 to year 10, and then using the herd performance figures to calculate the herd level methane emissions. And for the simulation, it was based on a conventional and a confined dairy herds with 200 dairy Holstein cows producing 11,000 energy correct milk per year. It's a national level in Denmark. And the last step is the methane calculation. So at the animal level, the methane calculation was separate for young stock and for cows. And the methane production for young stock was based on the IPCC Tier 2 model with a locally estimated emission factor at 6.3%, meaning that 6.3% of the total gross energy intake was emitted at the methane. And for cow, the methane production was based on a model developed for Nordic countries. It was based on dry matter intake and dietary fatty acids and NDF content. And the emission at the herd level was estimated as methane intensity by dividing the total methane production from the entire herd by dividing by the total herd level energy correct milk. And the emission was allocated between the milk and the meat. And the meat covered all the live animals living in the herds, including the bull cows, surplus heifers, and the cows, unpregnant heifers and cows. Now let's jump to the results. And this figure shows the estimated cow level effects. And here, the circles are the mean effect for individual parameters. And the vertical lines across the circles are the range of the effects. But from the figure, we can see that the estimation of the cow level effects were associated with a large uncertainty, especially for some disease. And for instance, for lambs. So the change in percentage range from negative 26% to a positive 25%, and it was a mean effect almost equal to 0. So in the following simulations, once the change was below 5%, the effect was not simulated. And this is a forest plot of the meta-analysis on feed efficiency. And here the left column shows the included studies, and the middle column with squares and the horizontal lines represent the estimated effects and the confidence intervals. So once the confidence intervals cross the vertical lines in the middle, meaning that the effect was not significant. And for all studies included in this meta-analysis, feed efficiency ranged from reduced by 19% to increased by 23%. And the overall estimate feed efficiency displays here as a diamond shows. And in general, feed efficiency increased by 5.4%, but such increase was statistically not significant. And if you look at the groups where we did a group meta-analysis, and for the chamber studies, it shows increased feed efficiency, but for the seasonal studies, where the heat stress was researched in long durations. So feed efficiency reduced, ranged from 1% to 19%. And such reduction might be potentially underestimated due to not accounting for the body weight changes. And in general, heat stress increased the herd level methane intensity in all scenarios compared to the baseline, and it ranged from 0.6% to more than 5%. And along with increase in duration, so the increase in percentage also increased. But such increase did not differ between the different levels of inputs, given a duration for up to 2 months. But in a duration for 4 months, additional accounting for a risk of health greatly increased methane intensity. But actually, here accounting for reproduction did not increase methane intensity compared to the effect only on milk production. So the two curves almost overlap with each other, but actually reduced reproduction has a large contribution to the surplus heifer in the herd. So the surplus heifers in the herd ranges from 15 in the baseline herd to only 1 for extreme scenarios. And by removing all the surplus heifers in all scenarios, from the right figure we can see that by accounting for both milk yield and reproduction, the methane intensity increased quite a lot compared to with only effect on milk yields. And we did a sensitivity test by assuming feed efficiency reduced by 15%, meaning that cows during heat stress consumed 15% more feed to produce the same amount of milk. And comparing to the previous scenarios with a maintained feed efficiency, so scenarios with reduced feed efficiency greatly increase the methane intensity, and almost doubled compared to the right figure. And I also did some tests on the severe heat stress, and this time by using the maximum risk, we included 2 additional parameters, that's limits and metritis. And compared to the mean risk, severe heat stress almost doubled the methane intensity in the herd. So to sum it up, we studied the impact of heat stress on methane emission, both at the cow and at the herd level. At the cow level, enteric methane intensity maintained, but it was potentially underestimated, given an underestimation of feed efficiency. And at the herd level, heat stress increased enteric methane intensity by up to 9%, and this increase is significant considering how difficult and the cost to reduce the enteric methane emission in dairy herds. And our sensitivity test further indicates and adding effects on feed efficiency, or by assuming severe heat stress, almost doubled the enteric methane intensity in the herd. It has a large contribution to the herd level emissions. And clearly our study indicates a vice versa effect between the global warming and heat stress. And this relationship or effects would level up considering the future climate change and the dairy growth. But exactly based on such a relationship and mitigating heat stress in dairy herds could both benefit the herd productivity and also climate mitigation. Thanks.
Thank you. We have time for one short question. Do you have anyone? Nobody? Then, very brief, how do you see the connection between animal farming and climate change with your perspective?
I think our experts has well claims also, and the animal farming is very important to feed the population. But that's kind of an issue we also have to figure out how to reduce the impact to the environment and to be responsible for the planet and also for animals and for the human also.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks again. Now, we have the next presentation, who is from Chile, Paula Toro Mujica. Yes? She's here. Okay, thank you very much. Next presentation, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Paula Toro. I'm from Chile. And today I'm going to present the presentation entitled Unveiling the Evolution of Dairy Cattle Farming in Chile over 2 decades. The main objective of this presentation is analyze the structural and geographic change of the dairy cattle system in Chile using agricultural data census. In Chile, the agricultural census is made every 10 years, but the last census was made in 2021 because sanitary and political issues. The census information is stored in microdata database where each farm have an identification number, and the information is stored in several databases in relational database. For access to the census information, in Chile we have the law of access to public information, better known called transparency law. But the question is, what the census tell us? Some finding in the census was the ruminant population has decreased in sheep, goat, and cattle. But another finding show the land use of has decreased too. Principal, the surface and the irrigation has decreased. Another surface decrease are the natural grassland, forage, cereals, and improving pasture. The only sector with increase in surface is the fruit sector. But the next question is, what happened in the last 20 years with the dairy cattle sector? Then the objective of this presentation is first to analyze the structural and geographic change of the dairy cattle sector in Chile. Second, to define typological group and map their distribution. And 3, to identify the continuity strategy adopted by dairy production system. The study area is the continental Chile. Chile is a vast territory with a length of 4,270 kilometers and average weight of 118 kilometers. In this vast territory, we have 19 climates. In the north zone, we find desert climate, And the central zone, we have Mediterranean climate, and the southern zone, we have rainy temperate climate, with a precipitation ranging of 0 in the north zone and to 4,000 millimeters in the south zone. Chile is divided in 50 regions until 2017, but in this year, a new region was added, the Nuble region. For find useful information, I need to realize 4 steps for processing the information. The first step was selection from the livestock species database of farm carry dairy cattle. Second, matching each dairy cattle farm with crop, fruit species, pasture, forest species, and the land area data. Third pass was the selection of variables present in all 3 census, and 4, processing the variable for the calculation of new variable relating to the intensification and specialization in dairy farming activity. For the data analysis, I made 3 stages. The first step was obtain descriptive statistic analysis and mapping the distribution of farm and population. The second stage was develop a multivariable analysis. This was 4 steps. The first step was the selection, variable selections, but for this step, I need to calculate variation coefficients and correlation matrix. Then I realized a factorial analysis from the data 1997 and used the principal component method, and I used the Cansier-Olkin test and Barley test of sphericity to adequacy, sample adequacy. And I realized a factorial score from the data of 2070 and 2021. Then I made a cluster analysis using the partition around methods and used the silhouette coefficient to choose the number of clusters. Finally, I made a discriminant analysis. I used 2 methods, the linear and quadratic methodology. The third stage was performing analysis of variance, multiple mean comparison tests, and mapping data. For the management of the data, I used Access and Excel software. For statistic analysis, I use Infostat, our program, and for mapping data, I use ArcGIS program. The first finding was the dairy cattle population has decreased around 35%, and the farm has decreased 79%. That means the herd size has increased. The distribution in the country, we see there are concentration of the cow number in the south zone, but there are a variation in 2021 with a concentration in 14 and 9 regions. Related to farm number, we see there are a decrease in the number of farms, and this moved to 9 regions, where we found a small family farm. Regarding to distribution of farm according to the herd size, we can see more of the farm have a size less than 10 cows. Then we can see there are a big decrease in the number of farms when the when the size of the farm is smaller. But in big farm or big herd, we found an increase of the number of farms. The more decrease was produced in the first 10 years. Relating to stocking rate, according to her side, we can see the stocking rate at a national level is around 1 livestock unit, but we can see too the small herd have low stocking rate, but in greater herd size, we can see higher stocking rate. This stocking rate is related to the pasture use. Then we can see there are 3 principal kinds of pasture in Chile: natural grassland, improved pasture, and sow pasture. In natural pasture, we can see in all level of stocking rate, there are a decrease of the importance. In improved pasture, we can see a decrease in all level, and in sow pasture, we can see a decrease in the smaller level and a constant use of sow pasture and stocking rate, in high stocking rate. Sorry. Moving on to multivariable analysis, we can use 6 variables and based on matrix correlation, we discard 6 variables because low or high correlation with other variables. Then 10 variables were used in the factor analysis, and we obtained good measure of Kaiser-Meyer-Olkin, and Bartlett test of sphericity was significant. Then 4 principal components was chosen. They explain 77% of the data variances. The first principal component was associated with dimension. Second principal component was associated with specialization, dairy production, and PC3 was associated with pasture use, and finally PC4 was associated with intensification, with because his relation with stocking rates and relative presence of sow pasture. The cluster analysis show the maximum value of silhouette coefficient was obtained with 4 clusters. This value of silhouette coefficient is mentioned like acceptable. The methodology of discriminant analysis showed similar result, but we choose the linear discriminant analysis methodology for assigning exploitation to a group. The group defined or identified was the group 1, extensive system, group 2, dual purpose system, extensive system, and group 3, specialized semi-intensive system, and group 4, intensive system. The most of the farms have in the group 1 and group 3, and group 2, excuse me. But we can observe that all farm in this group decrease. And we can observe the higher decrease in the group 4. When you characterize every group, we can see all variables select for the identification of group was significant. And group 1 was the group with small and medium size, and this group was a low stocking rate and have a relative high importance of cow in the herds, and they use a maximum quantity of natural pasture. Then group 2 have the lower stocking rate and the lower presence of cow in the herds. Group 3 with a specialized semi-intensive system, and they have the higher herd size, but they use higher improved pasture, and group 4 was the more intensive system with more high stocking rate. And this stocking rate is relating to sow pasture and crops. When we compare the evolution of the groups in census 1997 and 2021, we can see there was an increase of herd size in group 1, 3, and 4. But there was an increase on bovine stocking rate in all the groups. Bovine number increased in group 2, group 1, group 2, and group 3. The natural pasture decreased in group 3, and in group 4 increased the sow pasture. When we see the distribution, the geographical distribution in 1997, we can see the group 3 is concentrated in central area of Chile, and group 4 is concentrated in north and central zone of Chile. When we move to 1992, we can see the presence of group 2 and group 1 increase in the north zone, and decrease in the presence of group 2 decrease in the south zone, and the presence of group 3 decrease in south zone, or central zone, and move to south zone. As conclusion of this research, we can see the bovine population in Chile has undergone significant structural change over the past 2 decades, characterized by a notable decrease in the number of dairy cattle farms, achieved towards large-scale farm, and change in geographical distribution. 2, geographically, the south zone of Chile has maintained its dominance in dairy farming, while the central zone has experienced a decrease in the number of farms. 3, multivariable analysis identify key variables influencing farm typology, such as herd size, stocking rate, and the presence of natural, improved, and sow pasture. Cluster analysis identify 4 groups representing different dairy production systems, each exhibiting unique structural change and geographical distribution over time. 5, the evolution and group reflects trend toward greater specialization, intensification, and adaptation to changing environmental and economic conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have time for one question. Do you have anyone? No? Let me ask you one. Have some changes on grain supply for the country, or the farmers have changed for another species for animal production?
How I show, there are decrease in the surface cultivate. Then it's not. But in the central region, the surface dedicated to fruit is increased. Then the dairy farmer has moved to the south zone.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you again. And now we continue with our program. The next one, that will be Andrew Bradley. Yeah, thank you very much, Bradley. He's coming from the UK. And now we can start with the next presentation.
Thank you. And I'd like to start by thanking the committee for the opportunity to come and share with you today our developments in the use of machine learning to predict cow and herd level outcomes to optimize dairy management. I'd also like to acknowledge my co-authors, particularly Luke and Martin, with whom we developed the concept and started the project some 4 years ago now, and in addition, the many other people that have worked on this project. So what I'm intending to do is spend a few moments considering some of the challenges facing the dairy industry in the 21st century, and those peculiar perhaps to the UK, but common across the world, and then actually to look at how we've gone about developing the platform that I'll describe, the models that are involved, and how that's then incorporated into a whole farm simulation to allow producers and their advisors to actually predict and model how they might improve efficiency and sustainability going forward. So if we consider the challenges facing the dairy industry, as we've heard already this morning and across the whole conference, we're looking at a need to meet growing demand for product, but in the framework of needing to improve and maintain animal welfare, to decrease antimicrobial use, to ensure sustainable and appropriate use of antimicrobials, and actually to be mindful of the environmental impact and climate change and the resource use associated with agriculture, and in the case this morning discussing the dairy industry. And all of that in the context of consumer perception and what the consumer believes should happen. There's a need to mitigate climate change, and we've already heard how methane emissions offer an opportunity for the dairy industry to achieve that in the short term. We need to preserve and actually enhance ecosystems and have sustainable resource use. And if we look within the context of the UK, it's actually considered that, and various ways of looking at this, but that the dairy industry is responsible for around 2 to 3% of UK emissions. Those actually primarily come, as we've heard, from methane, but also from nitrous oxide. Actually from CO2 itself, they're relatively small. In terms of actually what's expected, the UK government has committed to the UK being carbon neutral by 2050, and our National Farmers Union have actually made a commitment to the industry, the agricultural industry in the UK, achieving net zero by 2040. But I think that's only part of the picture, and I put these figures up because I think they're of interest. If we actually look at wastage, actually within the UK, by the Sustainability Trust, it's estimated that 490 million litres of liquid milk are poured down the drain by consumers every year. So purchased, taken home, and not actually used. That accounts for some 9.3% of liquid milk purchased in the UK, around about 5% of the total of milk production in the UK every year. So it's not just about the production, it's about onward use and wastage further in the food chain. In terms of and I put challenges and opportunities here because I think there are opportunities for veterinarians, for advisors, and for the industry around the challenges that were presented. We need to think about where those greenhouse gas emissions come from in the dairy sector. We need to be mindful that actually not one approach fits all systems, and that there's a big difference in the various, There's a big difference in actually the relative contributions of enteric emissions, emissions from manure, emissions from purchased feed and fertilizer between different systems. And we can't actually take the one-size-fits-all approach across all dairying systems, even within the UK, let alone across the world. So within that, actually, just to summarize here, I think there are opportunities in addressing those inefficiencies for veterinarians and advisors on farm, both in general management, but also actually in health and disease, and actually mitigating the impacts of health and disease. We can do that in the framework of having increasing data availability, huge amounts of data becoming available to us, different forms, different types of data. But that also raises new challenges in terms of data quality and then data integration and processing. Lots of disparate systems taking different approaches, pulling them together to build a whole farm picture is quite a challenge. And data quality is also a challenge here. And this just illustrates over time, one herd, around 250 cows, the identified data deficiencies, event deficiencies in the farm, on-farm recording that need to be managed and controlled for in any analysis. So this concept, Martin, Luke, and myself came together with the concept of the Remedy Project, along with actually the Dairy Group, a group of advisors in the UK, and also ICE Robotics, now Peacock Technology, to actually say, can we develop a platform that would actually allow farmers and their advisors to actually predict outcomes, understand how different management changes may actually help and mitigate and improve on-farm efficiency. So the concept was that we would have a platform for integration of data sources. It wouldn't just be another data warehouse. It would take disparate data sources, merge, cleanse, clarify those, and build an individual, unique farm data set. There would then be a whole farm simulation model driven by machine learning and predictive models that would allow us to develop disease pattern tools. And I'll look at one of these to actually inform management of disease management on farm, to have cow-level predictive models. And through our co-development group, that we actually had a group of co-developing farmers and veterinarians, around 30 involved in this project, actually develop a way of actually getting those management intentions cow-side, resulting in the development of an app, and really with the end game of having data-driven decisions to improve productivity and reduce emissions. So there'd be there is a cow-level core simulation model that runs emissions calculations through individual cows. The concept is there'd be minimal calibration, it'd be real-time with real-life inputs, with farm-specific management strategies. And that would actually give us an output of demographics, animal performance and health, but also allow us to do an environmental LCA life cycle analysis. So this is the overall pattern, that we would have disparate data sources coming in, collected in a cloud-based system. That would allow cow-level prediction models to be created, feed into pattern analysis tools, but at the same time, we'd have nutrition and production modeling to allow a life cycle analysis, which is informed by disease patterns and impacts on farm. To then give us various outputs that could be used around efficiency in culling, endemic disease, nutrition and production, reproduction, environmental impact, herd replacement strategies, and optimizing farm profitability, using what-if scenarios and future forecasts. So this is the model. Don't expect you to take it in, but it's actually a very complex model, taking into account the animal life cycle, nutrition and production, land use management, herd management, manure management, that feeds together and runs a scenario through individual animals, allowing you to simulate out over 5 years. So inevitably pull this together, we've got a number of individual projects that have actually been looking at data processing and cleansing, life cycle analysis, herd and cow-level prediction models to assist management, including mastitis, lameness, Johne's disease, conception risk models, culling models, and then they're all pulled together in a whole farm model that allows simulation at the herd level and prediction at the individual cow level. So if we take a look at this, it's essentially a cloud-based platform that sits on AWS, Amazon Web Services, with automated upload of data, either from the farm or from central databases, to a central dashboard that does some benchmarking, but interacts with a mobile application on farm. So where actually management scenarios can be created on the dashboard, fed down to the app, not for data capture, but actually to inform management of individual animals cow-side. So if we consider initially life cycle analysis, you can do a calculation. This is a lot of work, as any of you involved with this will know, but you can actually pull in, build up an inventory analysis, taking into account all of the factors that are important in doing a life cycle analysis on farm, from herd data, feed data, electricity, fuel inputs, etc. And then you've got an option to actually select which equations you would like to use. The standard ones we would use would be IPCC or a modified IPCC calculation, but there's some 40 different calculations for emissions that can be used in the background and selected to allow the user to actually look at emissions in different ways and in different areas. Those then will give you an output, and this really just to give you a schematic of the output that will let you know where the emissions are coming from, and as you'd expect, enteric and manure, the major outputs that you'd see on most dairy farms, but allows you to break that down by actually whether those emissions are attributed to milk or to meat. I heard earlier about the beef output, and that takes into account all calf sales off farm, the sale of cull cows, but also the purchase of cows onto farm when you're effectively purchasing meat onto farm. You've also got the ability then to split that down by group emission, by the different groups, so management groups on the farm, but also by types of emission. Once you've got that, and I think that's the key part, is capturing that initial data, pulling that in, and that's why we work with the dairy group in getting that data into the system. I think the challenging and unique bit here is the ability to go on and run what-if scenarios. So within that and within the system, you can build your different management group situations, you can build diets for the individual groups, and then the model will actually predict individual cow dry matter intakes, milk production, on a daily basis, and emissions for individual animals in the herd on a daily basis that can be run on either 10 or 100 iterations for a herd out over a 5-year period to give you a prediction of what the emissions will be on the farm, what the emissions intensity for both milk and meat production off the farm would be, and to allow you to look at different scenarios. So what if I improve conception rate by 10%? What if I improve submission rate by 20%? Decreased lameness by 30%, decreased mastitis, decreased somatic cell count, to look at those other factors and how they may impact on emissions going forward. As well as the emissions, and part of the concept of the platform overall is to help inform on-farm management, we've developed a number of different disease pattern tools, one developed for lameness, one for mastitis that I'll share a little more detail of, and one nearing completion for Johne's disease. Actually, what we do is take, in the case of the mastitis pattern analysis tool, some 35 different calculated parameters, and through machine learning have developed those into what is a one-page report to help inform approaches to disease management on farm. That's been available now as the platform's developed for a couple of years now in the UK, and here are a couple of examples of different patterns, single-page report that feeds back to the producer, back to the veterinarian and the consultant to inform the primary patterns of disease on farm at this point in time in terms of udder health. And we categorize those as being an issue either predominantly impacted from infection and transmission during lactation, during the dry period, or contagious spread from cow to cow. And we actually, over the past 7 quarters, the current quarter, and the previous 6 quarters, the machine learning algorithm will give a prediction of the relative importance of those different management areas in terms of udder health and milk quality on the farm over that time frame. So you'll see here a herd where the pattern is predominantly lactation, has been consistently predominantly lactation-based, so you need to focus in the parlor. An example over here where there is a significant contagious component in red, but actually the overall pattern is dominated by the importance of infection acquired during the dry period. And this has been running now for 2 years in the UK. There's around about 400 farms signed up for this report. We've done a recent analysis, and we can see that currently lactation patterns are important in around 50% of herds, around 25% of herds of the dry period pattern of disease, and of the remainder there'd be a mixed pattern. Whereas contagious mastitis in the UK, the patterns predict that that's less than 2% of herds currently in the UK. And whilst we can't say there's cause and effect, what we can see is the farms that signed up to this pattern tool have seen around about a 10% reduction in bulk milk somatic cell count. Figures aren't here on the bottom, from 150,000 to around about 144,000 over the last 2 years, and clinical mastitis has declined from 25 to around 20 cases per 100 cows per year. So there's an association between the two. We also have cow-level prediction tools. That was one of the things that was fed to us by the farmer development group, that they knew what they wanted to happen on farm on the parlour, but actually transmitting that management intention cow side was actually a particular challenge. So we actually have developed cow-level prediction models, both for Johne's disease, but here for mastitis, and I had a poster for this a couple of days ago, where we've actually developed a model that will predict the likelihood of cure of a clinical mastitis case at the point that case occurs, with the ability to calculate that cow side. Push of a button will give you the probability of a cow responding to treatment if she has a case of clinical mastitis, or if you decide to treat her because of high somatic cell count. So actually perhaps giving an opportunity to shift the paradigm around treatment of mastitis cases away from the need to do culture, because actually in this model that was based on some 35 different parameters on 32,000 cases, etiology was not important in predicting treatment outcome. An opportunity to immediately cow side make a decision around prudent antimicrobial use on the concept of treatment worthiness of a cow. Will this cow respond to treatment? If she's got a gram-positive and she's only got a 2% chance of cure, or the case here with a subclinical case and only 4% chance of cure, that can't by any stretch be prudent antimicrobial use. So where are we intending to go with this project? We've got more patent reports in development looking at culling decisions, Johne's disease, as I've touched on. We've got further funding to actually enhance the simulation with additional diseases, further management scenarios. So actually one of the challenges around doing an LCA and carbon footprint on farm is capture of the data. So we've actually have got an approach to actually taking some farms, building typical farms to allow a farmer to look at marginal abatements and run what-if scenarios off of a core model farm. And then we're intending to integrate further data sources, pulling in genetic data directly to include in the models to refine outcomes. And there are other ongoing projects around infectious disease simulation, BVD, with the University of Nottingham, also with Nottingham on cow resilience, Johne's disease prediction, young stock sensors, and also with the University of Liverpool, looking at lameness analysis and enhancing the lameness pattern analysis tool. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge the other people involved in this project. It's been a pretty large project going on for 3 years now. The others at QMMS and Analytic Eye, but also particularly Edna, that's done a lot of work on the life cycle analysis and the carbon footprinting models. Bobby, Rachel, and Matthew have had significant input into both the mastitis, the lameness, and also the conception risk models. And then Jake, Naomi, and Chris Hudson, who've also had a significant input. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for one question. Do you have any question? Yeah. Please come here to the microphone.
Thank you, Bradley, for your very interesting presentation. I just have the question relating with the origin, the sources of data you have. Where do they come from? From the farms? From what type of systems, information systems, databases you use to process that information? What is the information, the data come from?
So in terms of the data for building the models, so they come from our co-developing group of farmers, and then a wider group, some 130 herds that vary in size from across the whole of the UK, that vary in size from around about 150 cows to 2,500, actually from total confinement, high input, high output systems through to block calving systems. So that the models were built from a large data set, some of those herds with data going back, good herd management data going back 30 years, that actually myself and Martin have been working with for over 25 years, collating data with a huge amount of supplementary information to add to those. So we've been very fortunate. The Johne's disease models we're working on, those same herds with over 1 million test results. So the opportunity to build and refine some great models. We've done wind back testing. 20 minutes is not a lot of time to summarize all of this. Taking, particularly for production, milk production, winding back the data 5 years, running the simulations, and we can get to within 2 to 3% of milk yield prediction out to 5 years. Not necessarily correct for every cow, but at the herd level, to get within 2 or 3% after 5 years using the models and the predictions. Thank you.
Congratulations, very good work.
Thank you again. And now we have the last one presentation, which is the Ms. Livestock from Brazil. Yeah.
All right, so first of all, thank you, the committee, for inviting me. And today I'm representing our group in Brazil. And we're talking about the influence of reduced age at slaughter on a carbon footprint of beef herd under the life cycle assessment metric. So just an introduction, as you may know, we're following some predictions. And there's this concern about some tendencies, some global tendencies, about population and prospection of also not just population increase, but expectation and decreasing mortality, which means that we have more people and people living more for longer. And also this urbanization, which also means that we have less people working directly on field to produce animal protein. So using this, we have like concern about agricultural challenges. And we have some different aspects, like socio-economical, but directly to our area would be the food production in quantity and quality. And in this way, we think about produce more beef and milk. And today we're going to talk about beef in this case. And just making a really briefly like rewind, we have this pandemic episode, and this exposed like 1 to 10 people to insecure food, which is a condition that is similar to hunger, but it's not hungry. But all this make all the scenario like more vulnerable. And in that way, there we have some policies that is pushing us to produce better, and this is kind of the answer. So if we just look this worries about the environmental, correctly social fair, and also thinking about viability of this, we have to combine all these factors to produce better. And taking a reality, just like a farmer or a technician here in Mexico, where we are, or in Brazil, which I'm from, what is the question? How we can make this produce better then? So we just basically need to improve some practices and technologies, and today we're going to just see that. Because one of the tools that we can use to improve this and to find like the keys that we can just improve in a production system is the life cycle assessment, is the LCA. And it's very recognized. I think everyone is kind of related to see all the lectures here. And we can assess the potential of environment impacts. And there's a lot of possibilities in that. But we're going to focus on the carbon footprint, which is part of the LCAs that we can calculate it. And we're going to consider the GHG emissions here. So one of the things that we're going to use as a great indication is the age at slaughter, because it's a great index for us. And in the tropics, we have some different reality. So we use this because we have influence by herd diet, genetics, and fertility. And it's an important fact associated with the milk quality and the economic impacts and also environmental impacts. So that's why we're using this to start a calculation from our models. So our hypothesis is consider cattle herd from the bird. And when you're finishing this animal, so this is a reality in Brazil, 3 years, 4 years to finish the cattle. When you compare with a system which is more efficient, so you're getting to third to second year, of course, we expect that we're going to have lower emissions, but also we want to see how this age can influence in other parts. So we wanted to investigate the reduction of the RES, we're going to call RES, the reduction of age at slaughter emissions by performing a sensitivity analysis of the LCA on a beef production. And through that, we're going to use these two scenarios, so 36 versus 24 months. And we use data from a real farm in the south of Brazil, in Paraná. It's a full cycle system, and this farm has also Nelore and crossbred beef cattle. We used the calculations, the cows and the steers, and the average production per year was over the 1 million kilograms. And it was modeled in an estimated amount of CO2 emissions and equivalent emissions, because here we're going to focus on just the methane, the CO2, and the nitrous oxide, but we're going to put this, combine these to have a unit value, so we're going to talk about the CO2 equivalent. And using this, that we already talked, but to make that more clear, like 36 months versus 24 months. So we use the technical standards, and we're going to follow also the international, but some patterns that it's important to Brazil, so we use ISO, it's a Brazilian scope, and also IPCC, and FAO, and also IFCN. So the frontier considered was cradle to farm gate, which is when a farm actually just sell the cows or to finish the cycle, and comprising the states of animal management, natural resource use, energy inputs, manure, and direct and indirect emissions. And this study identified the potential environmental impacts, so that's why I said back then that I was using this JG protocol, focus on the footprint, the carbon footprint, because it's kind of different from the other calculations that we can do, and but also englobing the entire life of cycle of meat production. So these impacts were analyzed according to their level of importance. So just to make them more visual, there's the LCA, and we follow all the principles since the data collect that we actually were in farm, and we just construction all the IVCs, which is the inventories that we get this collection. It's very personal, it's very on-farm information, until we get all to the calculation and also interpreted these results. So the accuracy of this data, because you may ask, how do you know this is correct? So we have some categories that we use to make us more safe about it. There's a measure that we obtain it directly, like I said, and that's calculated. There's enteric methane emission, and there's some estimated, like the grazing animals, the time the cattle are grazing, we just need to estimate the forage consumption. So the pattern, this data that we measure, there's some parameters. It's more generic information about the herd, and especially the production that we're using here, kilograms, and the specific ones that it could be all the kind of inputs and inside and outside the farm. So we use the calculated, it's called Open LCA. It's open access, so everyone actually can use it. You can make the download. But the thing that we need to purchase, we do this with our partners, is this database called EcoInvent. And it's a new one, so it's kind of important for us because we have data from the tropical, so from Brazil, from Mexico, and other countries, which the other versions didn't have. And it's important because if you see some new publishes, it doesn't match with our reality. So this is a good difference for the study. And we comprehend the evaluation of past and future changes in this window of 100 years, according to IPCC. And as I said, but it's important to make that sure that we use this 1 kilogram of beef and we correct these results as the live weight content. And results, we see this performance of the two groups, and as expected on our hypothesis, the 36 months group has a higher emissions when compared to the other one, so 17 versus 15. And we have this 13 reduction from all the emissions. And what I wanted to make a difference here, because I think it's important, I wanted to put your attention in this table looking to on-farm and off-farm. And these two boxes actually just put me in a way that I can understand how I can get this calculus and how can I interpret these results, because I think this is the key of our study. So if you just see these results, I have the intensity of emissions, and immediately you just look for food production, manure, and enteric methane, which is the most intense in a system. And if I put these results in percentage, we're going to see the proportions very similar, but the total amount has decreased. So it's more about the production, how we can make this efficient. And remember that table that I showed you guys? Now I wanted to look at on and off farm, because in this result, I'm seeing that more than 80% it's on farm. So it's processes that happen actually inside the farm. So if I compare this, because when you look at farm, you're just thinking about acquiring inputs, like you're buying food and all those stuff. But when you look on farm, actually, when you think about these results, is when we have possibility to intensify all the management here in this area is when you have the biggest impact. And we can see this in this study and other studies in this lane that we're studying now. So as conclusion, when we see these results and reducing age at slaughter from 36 to 24 months, increase the efficiency and decrease the CO2 equivalent emissions per kilogram of beef producer. So we saw a 13%. And with adoption of technology package, so we're talking about nutrition, reproduction, and animal health, it's possible to reduce the slaughter cycle and obtain a greater productivity per hectare per year. And it's important to say that because it's a multifactorial thing. And when you're just inseminating cows and choose like bulls with a higher fertility value, you know that you have like cows that can gain actually more weight. So you're just putting all this in a balance. And also LCA support the identification of critical points. Like we saw over the 80% of the carbon footprint, it comes from inside the farm. So it means it's a huge opportunity to make this work, the process, find the better key and make a lower food carbon. So the LCA studies of beef production as a take-home message in the tropics have shown that a greater performance can increase the beef production, saving in feed costs, because we're talking about nutrition also, and reduce natural resource use, and decrease the overall carbon footprint of beef production. So low productivity is a vulnerability for beef sustainability, but it's an opportunity to increase beef efficiency using technology. So this is the big message. It's basically about productive. So I would like to thank all my research group. There's a lot of people involved in this work, just the students. It's very good work with people that share the same values as us. And also the companies, the Cargill and Brapa that work really hard with us in this area. And I'll be glad to answer any doubts that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have enough time for several questions.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Any question? Yeah, come here.
So the take-home message which I got here is that if you're reducing the amount of months before you send to slaughterhouse, you will get less carbon footprint. Is that correct?
It's very individual evaluation, but if you're just doing a carbon footprint from a farm, you have to find the keys, because it's very different. So in this farm, this particular farm, because it's a real data, we saw about the emissions, like enteric emissions, about the production on farm, and about the manure. There's point that we can actually work and make this carbon footprint like lower. So this is the points that we can actually improve. So knowing where you come from, the highest part of the carbon footprint. I don't know if that's the question, but yeah.
But in the end, so you compare the two groups, one maintained for 24 months,
yes,
one for 36 months.
Yes.
So what was their slaughter weight at the time? Like 24 months, they will be lighter weight animals as compared to the 36 months. Is that true or not?
Is that like real?
Yeah, you went.
Because we take your real data, but we just made a modulation. So
let me help with the question. Maybe in this case, the animals, when they go to the slaughterhouse, they have the same weight, or maybe it's younger than the others, or what is the difference, or include something in the diet?
Yeah, got it.
What is the difference between the groups?
Yeah, got it. Well, in this case, we just have to make this better. So yeah, we consider the same weight for the two groups. Just the time about this, it's the difference right now. So it's basically 1 year of difference, and of course, the one group isn't meeting more compared to the other one. But the thing is, the two actually not just show the results, but how can you improve? Where is the carbon footprint give you more, has more participation, so we can just reduce this. So it's about using the key, and in this case, about emissions from the cycle. So here we wanted to show that we can make the cycle shorter.
Okay.
And it's a modulation, so you can do like 1,000, like we're doing some other studies, studying other indexes, like age at first calving and all the stuff.
No, I think my question was coming from if they were of the same weight.
If it's like better, balanced.
24 months versus 36 months, if they're of same weight, you must have done something.
No,
like
it's permanent,
whether we gave growth hormones, or we did something so that they achieved the final weight very earlier, like within 24 months, as compared to 36. So anyway, it's okay. We can discuss separately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other? Yeah, please, come.
¿En español?
I'm going to answer in English, but yeah.
¿Qué impacto tienen los programas en Brasil 777 u 888, los arrobas que están trabajando en Brasil actualmente con el impacto del peso de faena en las diferentes edades que están teniendo.
Okay, just help me. If I'm going to make shorter, like 7-7?
He's asking about what is the impact that you have in Brazil. I don't know if you know about the program 77 and program AA.
777 u 888, que son los arrobas, si esto tiene impacto en el peso de faena y por eso la mejora en la reducción de la huella.
The way that the beef get before to go to the slaughterhouse, these two programs. Do you know how these programs in Brazil?
I don't know about this specific condition, but the thing always is going to be about productivity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Thank you for your presentation. Did you have a hypothesis before you made the model on what reduction you would expect? Because well, you calculated with the same end weight, of course, but were you disappointed with only a 13% reduction in carbon footprint in 12 months?
If you got a raise from 13 in your salary, you would be sad about it? I don't think so. So the thing is, we're making this a bigger study, and we're just using this data to explore more, because we got a lot of data. So we made like 70 farms, dairy farms, beef farms, to understand the LCAs from, like January in Brazil. And this is one of the studies. So we made a lot of hypotheses. So using this index, and as I say, like age at first calving. So we expected, because we are talking about a year less compared to the other model. But the thing is, how can the tool actually be useful daily for me and for people at field? So I wanted to show like most of the part of the carbon footprint, it's inside a farm. Yeah. So if it's inside a farm, I can do a lot of changes.
Yeah, so it's more to identify which parameters to adjust than to have to say something about the final outcome.
At this point, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have another question? No? Thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let me give you, yes, please, Klaus. Let me give you one advice. Remember that after lunch, we have here the symposium about sustainability again. We have 3 panelists that continue discuss about these topics. Thank you very much.